Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be starting very soon, so do please pick up your cup of tea, your glass of water, your croissant, and find a seat. And we will shortly have our exciting panel, hosted by the beautiful Eloy Crespo. Indeed. Grab a seat.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, can you hear me properly? Nice, nice, nice. Well, good morning. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you are enjoying, AKA surviving cool days. I'm very happy to have you here again, this second day of the conference event. And today we have a very exciting panel. I think for me, it's very important to have these people here with us because they are working with Collabora in the real world and integrating Collabora. As you know, it's the main focus of Collabora to enable our partners and work with them and integrate Collabora in many different solutions. So we are going to have these kind of examples today here, speaking about what they did, why they decided Collabora, and yeah, challenges and different things. So please, panelists, you can come here. Thank you very much. I will sit down if you allow me. Good. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. It's really awesome. You can switch. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, good. Awesome. Well, thank you very much for being here. I think I'm really excited about these kind of panels this year because, yeah, you decided to integrate and work with Collabora. It's really great. And we want to hear real situations, real stories about integrating Collabora, some useful things, tips for others that are looking forward to integrate it, and why you decided to integrate Collabora. So first of all, probably a short introduction of each other. That would be awesome. So microphone is yours.
Well, thank you. I'm David. I'm a long-time OwnClouder since 2014 in the community, then joined as an employee and made my career in there, and then acquired by Kiteworks in 2023. And now Vice President of the Open Source Program Office at Kiteworks. We bundle all our open source activities under the OwnCloud brand.
Hello, yeah, my name is Klaas. I'm CTO of OpenCloud and started it with OwnCloud back in 2010, I believe.
Okay, my name is Gabriel Massey. I'm a C++ developer for more than 20 years already. Currently I'm integrating Collabora Online into my employer's online office products. And also I'm involved in some educational projects related to open source at the university. I think that's it.
Yes, my name is Gerd Räther. I work for Computer Center, a kind of company, rather large, with 15,000 employees, providing all different solutions from hardware to data analysis. And I work with Linux since the 90s, and so that's maybe was the reason why I was chosen to help a federal agency, which is related with IT, to bring Nextcloud up and running and support it. And there we also switched in this project from OnlyOffice to Collabora. And that is a part where I took place.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Manby. I run strategy and product management for HCL Software. You may remember Jason from yesterday. So I'm the product management strategy person to his CTO, Yang. Okay, I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Well, these five guys are integrating Collabora, as they said. And you know that building a document editor is one of the hardest engineering software problems, right? And I think they made a very smart decision by integrating Collabora. So let's hear why they decided to do that, right? So let's start with first question for you guys. So when you were thinking about having an office suite, did you seriously consider building yourself a document editor? And what made you decide to integrate a solution like us instead? You, David, for example? Go ahead.
I can't reference to the original decision, to be honest, but that was prior my time. But I can give you an answer why we didn't fork. We had the discussion whether it may make sense to actually fork one of the available solutions and have our own office suite, and we thought we should stick with the stuff we can do best and integrate with the best. And Collabora is definitely, from the feature set and especially from the stability point of view, it is the best. And this is basically the bottom line of why we stick to the integration, why we enhance this integration nowadays, if that answers your question.
So I can probably talk about the initial decision back then. No, we haven't considered to write one ourselves because it's just silly. I mean, it's so much code, it's so much in-depth knowledge about things, and with this kind of software, you only have one chance. You cannot try things. It has to be good from the beginning. So it was no question for us back then, I think. We had enough to do also with our own platform, so that was the original driver, I think, and we never regret it, so it's a great decision, I think.
Yeah, so probably I think at some point to implement an office application, but it was a long time ago when I didn't know too much about software. Probably when I was a student or before that, but yeah, after that, probably just if we think only from the user perspective, yeah, an office application is very, very complex. And then as a developer, I realized just that using office applications that it's very, very complex to implement. Yeah, so that's why the decision to integrate an existing solution, yeah, was obvious. And when the decision was taken to integrate Collabora Online, I was not there, so I joined the integration team later. But also that was the job not for the developers, but for the architects and the architect team and the business team to take that decision. But yeah, from my experience integrating Collabora Online, yeah, I think it was a good decision. from my multiple point of view, is a full Office suite application. It has what I like. One of the features that I like is that the documents are stored on the server side. Yeah, so that is an important level of security. Stability, the architecture, which is pretty simple and very flexible to integrate. Yeah, and I think that's it.
Yeah, this microphone is working. This maybe too. Yeah, so I work for 26 years, more or less, in the enterprise world. So of course, we provide to our customers industry standards. And I never thought of writing an editor. But I wrote other things for in the software world, but more based on Fortran. So anyway, but Collabora appears to us when there were political discussions also with OnlyOffice. Yesterday you saw some Cyrillic code, and maybe that also gave the initial decision where I basically was not involved, but other people above me to move to Collabora. And because Collabora was also a kind of, and is a kind of industry standard, so we trusted it, and it took quite a while also to go from the initial rumors to replace OnlyOffice to really do it. And so that was also kind of surprising how long it took, but it worked quite well, and I can tell later to you about some details.
I've got one already. So I was actually involved in the decision to choose Collabora. I'm going to channel the business part of this, and the strategy is, people don't like switching tools at the end of the day. And if something doesn't work as well as what they're used to, people start grumbling and complaining. And as someone who's chopped and changed from Microsoft to Google, you can go backwards in the experience, and people's productivity gets impacted. So, we're trying to help customers go from their on-prem Exchange to our solutions. So the two control points that we have to overcome in the experience is, one is the Active Directory for the IT teams, and then for the business users, right? Because they don't want to be disrupted at all. And Collabora gives us that security and that compatibility that you seek.
Awesome, thank you very much. I completely agree. I mean, at the end of the day, you really try to have something that is enterprise supported and standard, and you rely on this for your customers, so you need something that really delivers good quality, no? So that's great. And you already mentioned that some of you also consider some alternatives. Why you consider those alternatives? Not why, but why you decided to use Collabora? Probably is something related to what you mentioned before, but maybe you have other insights on why Collabora and not others? For example, you?
So at that point, I might need to admit that we integrate 3 Office solutions, so if we look at Microsoft 365, there is one distinct type of customers who fear any difference, as you just mentioned, and they are not very eager to change anything, right? So, and in the end, they realized, okay, they did change because they switched from the desktop application to the web application. You had that topic yesterday. So they fall on very hard stone. So, and when we look at the other solutions, I would say the integration with the customers who are not with Collabora are basically some sort of historical decisions, I would say. Because right now, I don't see any functionality reason anymore to not choose Collabora. And that was slightly different 3 years, 5 years ago. And so this is basically the reason why we can nowadays be fully open and say, well, we go with Collabora as our very first option. You, as a customer, need to have very good reasons not to choose Collabora. So that's basically it.
Yeah, we also used to integrate with 3 solutions, and we more or less stopped that. So we are going with Collabora only now, unless customer would push hard, but then he has to overcome me in a discussion. The reason is simple. We need, business is hard, and we need friends there to achieve things and to be reliable, and that's the one thing. So we need you guys to help us to deliver the best quality. And on the other hand, it's also for us a political thing. So with other solutions out there, it's not clear where they come from, what motivations are behind it. And in our world, at the moment, we cannot go any risk. So I'm not personally not willing to support any risk in that. So that is a strong driver. And also, we are open source, and we are. It's important for us to work with partners who have the same DNA coming along, and that's the motivation behind that.
Yeah, okay, so as I said, I joined later the integration team, so the decision was already taken, but if I would guess what were the reasons, most probably they are related to the architecture, because it was more suited, more easier for us to integrate Collabora Online into our environment. Also, the fact that it was based on LibreOffice, yeah, and LibreOffice was an open source and full Office suite application, so that was probably that was another incentive. Yeah, and I think at least that's it that comes to my mind right now.
Yeah, one tipping point for us was also the announcement of Nextcloud to collaborate strongly with Collabora as the so-called Nextcloud Office, and there were good enterprise days with Michael and Frank, and that was kind of the big tipping point, because initially we run Nextcloud and some, as you said, some Office editor on it. And then it was quite clear that we wanted to establish the good partnership to Nextcloud and go also then for Collabora.
Thank you. So when I think about things, I think about it politically, commercially, and technically, right? So we talked a little bit about the political aspects, right? Less friction, easier adoption. So it's very easy to go with something which is proven, right? And that's not an area where you don't want that component to unduly influence the rest of the solution. So we knew we had the right piece of the puzzle for solving that particular problem. The other thing for us technically is because we sell globally, as Michael and you know, Aloy, right? So we sell to places which are mobile first, like Africa, like India, and so we had to have the best mobile solution that was available. So that sort of pushed us in that direction as well.
Good. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I think it's, yeah, it's something similar between all of you, right? It's easy decision to integrate something that works, right? At the end of the day. And I think you mentioned, Klaas, something that is important also from my point of view, which is the relationship thing, the human connection, right? Then when you are positioning a product in front of someone or a customer, you really need that kind of feeling. You need someone behind you that can help you, and you can rely on those people. So great. So also going deeper into a more, not technical, but a little bit more technical question is, how do you make it feel native? You have your own products, especially on your case, and you're trying to deliver something that is consistent within your product, something that allows the users to feel like they are working on the same environment, etc. How do you approach that? How you did that? And do your customers know that they are using Collabora as a different product, or they think that they are in the same platform?
A great question, actually. Firstly, it is for us important to honor the owner and of the code. So we don't remove the Collabora logo in our platform, as long as the customer is really pushing for a white label product, but we initially don't do that because we just think it's unfair. You did all the job. Why shouldn't your logo be recognized, right? So, and this is from the public standpoint, and from the user standpoint, it is also, we have 7 UX and designer who work on file sync and share across our products, and they know really good how file sync and share should look like and what approach to a functionality works best. You have a similar situation on the Office product, so how dare I to think I can do your job better? No way. So we try to keep your platform as clean as possible, integrated as an iframe into our platform.
Yeah, we are also not removing your logo or something. We are trying to talk to you and always complain about it. It has to be pretty, it has to be nice, it has to be kind of known to the users, whatever that means. I'm not a designer, unfortunately. One thing that is important for us and that became more clear recently, actually, is to care for the details of the integration. And we improved on that, I think, in the last couple of months and last year, because that is really making a difference, that the integration is really, really smooth and well done. That's probably important.
Yeah, so from our side, we just expose what Collabora Online offers, and that's it. We want to be as close as possible to the original version. Of course, we have some small adaptations on our side, but we think that that is just enough to to please, let's say, our users. I think that our users are aware of Collabora, that the product is Collabora Online, because at least those users that access Help About. So we kept the Collabora Online name, and but we changed the About dialog, but we kept the Collabora Online name, and we added some thanks to the Collabora Online community and LibreOffice community, and yeah.
Yeah, we kept also the word of Collabora, and for me, this what also the other panelists say was very good from my point of view, that I also do not understand these white labeling or branding, but we also do it. But personally, for me, it's a bit strange. With Collabora, I think we didn't do it. So we openly communicate to our users and customers that we are going to change, and it will be Collabora, and we made quick start guides and these kind of stuff to prepare.
Yeah, so I mean, as a marketer as well, right? You pick your opportunities to brand things in one cohesive look and feel, and sometimes, you know, if there's proven value, you want to have that value shine through. I think for us is that, you know, with our first product coming out shortly, as Jason was saying yesterday, I think some of the integration patterns are well trodden. But what's going to be more interesting is through the relationship of the discussions that we've been having. Like S was here, and she spent time with Skylar over there, right? So they really started saying, well, you know, we want to change the paradigm within mobile. What does that look like? And that comes because we're building relationships, and relationships that enable you to think about the customer journey and to actually change it, right? So for me, the brand is very important for reputation, but what's more important is the relationship and what you can do with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Well, I also have another question that is, normally I talk with a lot of partners, it's my job, and potential partners also that are thinking to integrate, or they are considering, no, Collabora. And I always get the same question is, and the same concern, no question. And how do you manage support knowledge for a component that you do not build? I mean, it's something that is tricky, is difficult, is easy with Collabora, or how do you manage this situation? Because at the end of the day, you rely on another company that is putting all the effort or the product. How do you manage that knowledge? Is it easy, hard? How you manage that?
That's a moment of admit, right? Funny thing is, in last year, somewhere middle in last year, we took the Collabora documentation actually and built a chatbot on top for our own support people to bring better first level or second level support to our customers and to bother you less. So, and the success rate of that chatbot is actually quite impressive, because it immediately tells a short answer to the support engineer, and it also refers with a link to the particular section in the documentation, and it's super straightforward, and it helps the customers actually quite a lot, because I would say 99.99% of the questions are non-technical.
So not easy to answer for me. I cannot really remember a situation where we had a problem that was originally rooted in Collabora. More problems that were rooted in the integration things, so we could probably solve it on our own. Yeah, that's basically it.
For me, as a developer, the code is self-explanatory, of course. But of course, the amount of code is huge. So yeah, so definitely for us as developers, interacting with the community is very important. We had some issues, urgent issues at some point, and the approach was, of course, to solve ourselves. That was the first approach. As a developer, this is my job. I cannot escape it. But also collaborating with the community helped us a lot in many cases. Yeah, that was at some point that was crucial to take the right decisions.
Yeah, indeed, I had a very short point in my life where I indeed supported software which I had built. But most of the times, as I said, it was industry standards, which I never built. I just digged in how it works, and I wrote specific documentation. That's what we also did with Collabora. I also wrote the internal documentation for the users, and in Nextcloud you have a link where you can jump to the documentation, and then that helped a lot.
So for us, you know, we have commercial software, but we also incorporate a lot of open source. So I think that's the first thing you have to overcome, right? Is taking ownership, building the relationship, so you can have level 1, level 2, and back-to-back level 3. So for us, because we had our own tool in this area, sort of less than Collabora, so we do have institutional knowledge, which is important. But then I think it's also the quality of the organization you're working with is taking that KT and transferring it to your organization. So we weren't exactly going from ground zero. So we were able to get up to speed. But you know what? At the end of the day, that all sounds good. But you know, when something hits the fan and you have a Sev 1 with the customer, it's how you collaborate together to get that fixed, which is really important. And you know, for us, our value add is that government customer is going to call you. And it doesn't matter that it's Collabora, and it doesn't matter if it's this or that. You have to take ownership of it. And it's the relationship that makes you feel comfortable that you can achieve that.
Thank you very much. I think this is going to be helpful for a lot of people that are now considering integrating. So we are at the end of this amazing 30 minutes. Thank you very much, guys. I will ask you for just 30 seconds, each of you, saying what you will do different, or a tip for someone who is thinking about integrating Collabora. I did this, or I should do this, or if I'm in your position, I will change this. 30 seconds about something small. Do you have something to share?
put yourself a watcher on the VOPI integration, integrated features. So you as an integrator catch up with the new features on the VOPI endpoint.
Yeah, look at the details of the integration, a good VOPI server, and have a good network connection.
Yeah, so from my side, the mistake that I did, and I would advise others not to do, is that I didn't engage with the community since the beginning. I engaged at a later time, and it was hard for me at the beginning to deal with all the issues.
Yeah, what I recommend is the usual approach. We also took having extensive testing and a development area, and also maybe some chosen users who test this thing as early as possible in advance.
So for me, it's about jumping in, and I feel like the water's nice and warm, right? We're having a good time. But, you know, you need to talk to the customers. What did they want, right? You know, what problem are they trying to solve? I mean, yesterday, Jason, I, and Stefan Bergman were just going over something that was shared here on the screen. We were just asking, why is that? And then we just came up, well, how could we do it better? Then all of a sudden, we're in like a jam situation trying to figure out how could we do that better, right? So drive it from the customer, have your partnership, and just have a discussion.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, guys. I think this is really useful. If you have more questions, you want to learn more about data integrations, these guys are going to be around today, hopefully, and you can approach them, talk with them. They are amazing human beings, let's say. So you can approach them and ask them questions. So thank you very much. And next, probably, we will have Pedro and Ivana talking about deep dive UI UX improvements. So yeah, stay tuned and be here. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
What is the pinpointer? Ah, I see. The pinpointer.
Well, you use this. And you can use the
Okay, hello, hello. Can you hear me? What? Ah, yes, people are not sleeping, hopefully. Yes, okay, so I think we just have heard very interesting stuff from a variety of partners coming from a variety of even countries with different customers. And one single thing that was quite exciting, at least for me, and I hope hopefully for you as well, was that they all agree on one single thing, is that we are today the single best office suite that they could go with. And then they stay because of the relationship. And I think this is just getting better. Because yes, we have heard, not my words, their words, that we are great at stability, we are great at integrating, no matter if you go with white label or if you want your own brand, and we are in the same room with you discussing and go through design. Speaking of, I think that's the presentation we are doing, yeah? So I think that needs to be, that story needs to be pretty as well. And with me, I have Ivana Coron. So hopefully we can all applaud, please. Newcomer to the design team.
Hello.
Me, Ivana, Banove, and maybe someone else. I think Skylar was also mentioned as part of mobile team. So we are very happy to be here and hopefully making history together, yeah? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so me and Pedro today, we will present to you we have been working in the past year and some of the new things that we are planning to work on. So, as you all know, we have different tools for different tasks, and our main goal is that we are there with you, whichever task you're doing, and basically to make your life easier. So how do we make your life easier, hopefully, is with some of the features. And the first feature I want to present is contextual tabs. And this feature actually appears when you need it and disappears when you don't need it. So the real example is that when you select an image, a new contextual tab appears, and that is the picture tab. And you can have all of the features that are needed when you like trying to do something with the image. So maybe, let's say, change the brightness, change the contrast, and so on. And the same feature is like activated when you select a table. And the same situation or behavior happens also with context toolbar. This is another feature that appears and disappears when you need it, but in a different way. So this feature appears when you select in a text. Why? Because we wanted to introduce some things that are really important while formatting the text. For example, these are very important things when you are trying to formatting. So if you try to do the bold text, it's nice to have a thing there. So when you select, there is also a bold feature to apply. So yeah, these are two features that appear and disappear, and this is the behavior that we are trying to follow.
Exactly. So it's quite nice to have clean structure, so the user can even navigate, browse wherever the task might be that formatting, or be that just searching, scanning through the interface and just find the right action, the right button. But it's also quite powerful to just give the ability to search things, right? So, and we are just starting. So we do have a navigation sidebar that allows you not only to search through the whole document, but also discover the structure of your document. Thus, the division between outline and results, and you can either browse or search within those. I said we are just scratching the surface because we'll be adding that also to other apps. For instance, there is, we have our presentations. We already have a nice navigation sidebar as well. Again, cohesive, consistent pattern here, where we have slides on one hand, and on the other hand we have structure, but we do not have search, so we need to work on that. So we are taking your feedback and we are iterating with that. Let's keep a pin on that, because that is not just restrictive to this navigation sidebar. You will see there will be a common pattern, not only within this sidebar, not only in the tabbed view, but also bleeding to the compact view. And that's where the things can get very exciting. So please remember that. I will try to remember myself when we go later to that slide. Hopefully. Maybe there is no batteries. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And since we are talking about search, an easy and a quick way to find solutions to your problems is not only to search within the structure, discover the document's structure, but have little help to understand your document and how you could improve your document. And we are just doing that. We have a possibility to integrate with AI. The user can configure that via the settings. I think there will be one more talk where Rashesh goes through that. But the important bit here in this presentation is that not only we give the power to search and to find the answers, but we also have pre-canned prompts for the user that are dependent on the application you are using. So they are not the same for every application, and they're even dependent on your selection. So you can see here, using selected text right here. So this thing is not always here. It means that users have just selected a text, and now we are offering 5 easy way outs to improve that, how it could be improved even before the user needs to do this extra effort to decide what to do with the text. Now, that's all nice, good. It will be even better. This is a work in progress, but even more interesting, not only we are giving you the tools and all the contents, what is happening, what are your ways out, giving you and assuring you that you are under control at all times, and even if those times have passed and you simply just press something and you don't know, now you would like to go back, you can still see what is happening in the history because you can always see what have happened just by scrolling. But we take this sentence I've just said, you are in control, very seriously. So you saw at the bottom, and we all know about the EU AI Act, but even outside of that, it doesn't matter if you are in EU or not, it's important that the user knows where the content comes from, and if we can help to don't force users to read a whole block of text, to make sure that, okay, this is generated, there is a rating that we have just introduced, and this rating goes, of course, it's not just dependent on color coding, it's there for easy readability, but of course it will be readable by screen reader, and this AI rating, again, I implore you to go to the Rashesh talk, but the nice takeaway here is that this is based on how the training data is, the license of the AI model, and that's the missing bit, if it's self-hosted or not, and that's the third thing we want to tackle. Yeah? So don't miss Rashesh's talk. That's very important, yeah? Next, please.
Okay, another way how we are trying to improve our product is also to create a better structure. And how do we do that? So how do we apply good hierarchy to the product? Is that we actually group things together. So similar things, similar features, similar meaning, they go in one basket. And here are the examples of these groups. So we have paragraph, illustrations, characters, and so on. And this grouping appears throughout the whole product, not only the toolbar or the tabs, but also when you maybe right-click somewhere, there is many items, we need to group them because it's easier for user to understand, to digest. And one consequence of grouping things together is also that, yes, you are quicker with understanding the interface, but you also discover some new things. So for example, I don't know, let's say you're trying to find the search feature, and you see it, and you find it, but then you see this replace feature, and you're interested to know what this does. So you try to open the feature, see what it does, and then you discover it. And by grouping things together, we reduce memory effort. So one of the things that we will apply more is actually make more of these context toolbars, because as I explained before, they are there when you need them. So you click, you select, and then the things appear. And they will appear by the most used things. So for example, when you try to edit the image, it's important that there is a brightness changer. Why? Because this is one of the most important features for the image. And it's not only that we try to do the interface better, the structure better in the interface, but also to give you control. So you can apply, for example, you can use tooltips and give some of the meaningful messages, annotations in your product. So yeah, this is another thing how we try.
Yeah, definitely. So exactly, we are not only taking the interface, but even the things you you create within your document. So this is a clear example of an in-document tooltip. You know, people that work with spreadsheets, they know what I'm talking about when you can create. So we are also revamping and improving design even in these small details. So everything looks clean and cohesive. I think we can go next. And hopefully now you can hear me better. I see that I was too near to the microphone, or maybe I'm too near to the speaker. I think that's the problem. So just wave if I'm too loud or too silent. Good. Oh, what's next? That's the exciting bit. Now we don't have time. No, I'm joking. Okay, what's next? So we have talked about contextualized little helpers that appear when you want, and they get out of the way so you can work on your document when you don't need them. This is true. And you have seen our focus on notebook bar view, basically tab-driven navigation. But we want to take this to the next step, not only in the notebook bar view, but in the compact view. The compact view, so the classic menu-driven. We want to make that a bit lighter, cleaner, and have icons in the menus. Not only that, make the main, next please. This doesn't work. Yes. Not only redesign some of the icons that we actually have done, make it easier to get the information you need. Shorter amount of space occupied by the interface, so there's more space for the content. But also, you remember when I said it's really good to give the power to the user so he can search within the structure of the document, discover the document structure. We want to take this further and make easy to search every single button, no matter where it's located, just by pressing this little search icon, and you can search wherever you want, enter, and you just trigger that action. Yeah, so that's in the plans. So hopefully we can count with your feedback to improve and to path the way to greatness. Next, please. Yes, this one is nice.
And another way, like we try to improve experience, is also to create better experience for the Impress, not only for the documents. So we were trying to think how we can improve the presentation experience. So right now, presentation is happening, and what do? We speak, but not only with our voices, but also with our bodies. So for example, if I try to point out something really important, I do it with my hand, Pedro is doing with this pointer. So we are trying to think of the ways how to do this in-person experience on a different medium. And that's actually to have a cursors on the presentation. And we think that a lot of situations happens that you're trying to explain where you're looking at, and then you just you would need a cursor, and it will be easier to you to explain.
Exactly.
And another way is also a pen. So, for example, you're a teacher, you're teaching, and you're using a pen to write on a board. What to do when you're online? You have a pen, actually. And yeah, there are many ways we want to improve the presentations, so keep an eye on that.
Yes. I think exciting things are coming.
Yeah.
You need to, be very attentive what is happening. Good, design reviews, of course. So, in the previous panel, we have heard about customer journeys. These are quite important, of course. We are designers. We all know about user journeys, but they are very important customer journeys, and they are intertwined, linked. So the way to reach insightful conclusions is not only to keep track of your sport tickets, understand what it could be better, but then cross that information with end users. And those end users, sometimes we snatch out of you. We ask, hey, can we have an interview with your user? We will just run some analysis, we'll run some tests, and it's beautiful. But we also do this continuously with our community and with the public. Yes, so, and we do that not only to keep tracking of issues, but having weekly meetings every week, Thursday. One of our meetings is UX-centric, and we just go through what everyone is doing. If anyone wants to contribute, what's the next task? And more often than not, we try to improve old user journeys by targeting what it can be much better. Next, please. Yes, and here are the issues. So not only we keep track of the issues, but we create, you can find some of these are public, as you can see. We do design reviews per component, where we go through how that component is used and how it can improve. You can search on GitHub. Next, please. I think we are short on time. Yeah, but the previous panel was so intriguing and interesting that I think it's quite worth it. And we don't stop here. So we have, I think Michael has mentioned yesterday in one of his many intriguing and interesting speeches. And if you were yesterday there, you know it. So we do have these very technical logging UI CMDs. So if you are integrator or a sysadmin, you know what I'm talking. But summarized is a way to give you control and allow you to toggle that on in your server and have, without any effort, anonymized metrics. That's it. In one short sentence, that's it. Now, the intriguing part. We do this in our demo servers. We have a demo server per continent. So we have a lot of data. Yeah? That demo server, we can start to see interesting things that reassure us the direction we have been taking. You can see that one of the things that has been triggered with a high frequency is the hiding a sidebar, and then hiding a sidebar, and then followed by an undo. It's very interesting because it again reassures this direction that we have been taking, that we are still the sidebar, but we are moving the critical path of navigation away from the sidebar. Yeah, be that via contextual things that appear and disappear, but also there up top. There's other things, but I think we don't have enough time. Next, please. And of course, we eat our own food. So we do that in our own internal server where all employees use, and we see, and then we can compare this with the public demos, and we can start to see, and I think I will not have enough time, but you can start to see. Delete row is one of the top things that is quite used right before pressing undo. So, and I don't have time, but we might be near to not redefining, but improving how spreadsheets work and how you can resize rows and how you can change row position. Good. Next, please. So thank you very much. Hopefully I was not too boring or too fast that we couldn't catch a breath. Thank you, Ivana.
Excellent. Up next, you have a couple of choices. You can stay here with our Hungarian hero. Miklos Reiner will be talking more about Writer. Or if you would like, you can go next door over there, and Pedro and Quaylon and Pranam, you remember, will be talking about integration, troubleshooting, and all sorts of fun things. So if you would like some help with integrations, perhaps go through there. But if you want to learn a little bit more about Writer from possibly the most knowledgeable Writer person, then stick around. Wonderful. Thank you. Miklos.
Thanks, Richard, for the intro. Half of what he's saying is an overstatement, but anyhow. What you would get here is, we had this talk last year, and last year it was all about just the new things, and that's good. But at the same time, sometimes you discover some new functionality which was there for 20 years, but it's now rediscovered, and it's actually also useful. So I'm trying to give some middle ground there. Which I already mentioned. I'm from Hungary, so that's not need saying. So by default, Writer is doing the same as Calc and Impress. You get the notebook bar in Collabora Online. You can switch to the classic mode if you want. And you get the usual things that you would expect from a collaborative editor. You have your own cursor. You also see where others are. There was a recent improvement there that we used to have this, that collaborative cursors are moving, and then for some time out you see the names there, but if they are not moving, then you don't really know who that person is. So now you can go there with the mouse, hover over the collaborative cursor, and you will again see the name, even if they are trying to hide. Also, you can see the avatar and the full name in this top right corner with the follower list. Then by default, we have one central model on the server, which means that we have a series of actions to the document model, and that would also give you one list of actions to undo or redo. And that's fine because it's consistent, but at the same time, it's a bit surprising when you are co-editing and you would like to undo your change, but at the same time, somebody else was typing in some other place of the document, and now it's not really clear how to undo your change because it might have an effect on the change of somebody else. So what we do is that in some selected cases, we do a rearrangement. We can do a reordering of this undo-redo stack, and then you can undo your change, even if your change was not the last one. For the commands, we have browser native user interface there. You can do fancy things like @mention users there, and if the integration is up for the task, then they know how to notify that user. You can also reply to existing commands, resolve commands, these kind of things. Another thing that is, if you have a very long document with a few commands and you would like to go through those commands, then you can use the navigator sidebar and on the left-hand side, and then you can jump through each and every of these commands. So you don't need to search for these manually. And before that was a bit tricky because you have the search, but you search for some content, you can't type and show me all the content. Another relatively recent improvement is that nowadays you can have the settings API so the server can store something which is not default setting, but something that is your setting or pre-configured setting for your organization or your group. And as part of that, for example, you can have custom dictionaries. So we don't start from some predefined default state at the start of editing each and every document, but you can have some additional knowledge there. I talked about this. We have the tab view by default, and you can also switch to this menu-based compact view. Another choice you can make is if you need something which is not there in the tab view, then we also have the sidebar with more details on what you would do. We had a whole talk on this yesterday that change tracking has some recent improvements with the side-by-side comparison and this highlights, so you go over the change and then you can see who was changing that, when the change happened, and so on. We have the review tab on the notebook bar, and then inside that we have these sections. So there is a whole section just for the change tracking, whether you record changes or not, and if you show them or not, and if you show it, then how you show that. Is that side by side? Is that inline? So you can decide that. As with any other of these context menus, now most of these menu items have icons there, and sometimes that is easier to jump to rather than reading all the text. Similar to custom dictionaries, also predefined auto text is possible there. So it's like you type some acronym, or imagine you are a doctor and you type some short, one-word identifiers for disease, and you type flu, then you press F3, and it gets expanded to something, some description of that. We have, given that we handle documents on the server side, we have the fonts for that, and then we need to deal with what happens if some commercial font is used inside the documents. So for most commercial fonts, we have a replacement, and then we can show that nicely. Then we can do, instead of dealing with sections, and then you have, let's say, two sections alternating between the two, and having direct formatting there, you can also have a page style, and then inside the page style you can configure all these complex things like headers, columns, headers, footers, footnotes, columns, whatnot. There was a whole session on electronic signing last year, so just mentioning that's still there. We have a partner who can provide you with actually legally binding, at least inside the EU, electronic signatures. So this is qualified electronic signatures. The actual signature binary is not produced by us, but we can integrate that into your document. And the really nice thing there is that this is respecting your privacy. We only send the hash of the document to this external service, so you don't need to, you have some very sensitive contract, you don't need to hand out your document to an external party for signing, but at the same time you can work with an external party in case they know how to do this correctly, so that it is consistent with existing regulations. In general, in case you can, then please do use the styles, especially paragraph styles. If you go with heading 1, heading 2, and so on, and not do direct formatting, then that will automatically give you an outline in the navigator. Also, you can have whole sidebar for styles, and then you can have more details there, character styles and the others. Also, we have a highlight mode for styles where you can see, basically you get colors and numbers, and then you get an indicator of what paragraph style is used for a given content. So that's nice in case you would like to track down what style is influencing the weird formatting of that paragraph. Then also improvement from last year is that inside the tab view, many widgets have a drop down, and then you can have the most frequently used values for that, let's say margins or page size or something like that, without opening the full dialog. Inside the navigator, you have the outline of the document, but you can also have the search results there. That's a bit more flexible than this old status bar representation. It gives you more context. You see all the hits. Rush will have a whole talk on AI integration, but what's relevant for writer is that there is a sidebar to do this once you configure it, so if it's off by default and so on, but you do get some presets, and typically it can work with your selection. Once you select a piece of text, we can export that to Markdown, AI can work with that, and we get back some Markdown content, and you can paste that at the current cursor position. There is some good template support there, so in case you need to have some standard letterhead for your organization or something like this, this can be done easily. I think Pedro was also talking about this, that these context-aware tabs on the notebook bar are really nice. So in case you select a picture, you get a picture tab and you can do your actions there, or you enter a table and then you get the table-related actions there and so on. This is not new at all, but I think it's very less known that if you have you are taking minutes from a meeting, for example, and you have bullet points, then you can easily indent, like increase and decrease the indentation of the bullet point with tab and shift tab at the start of the paragraph. So you don't need to do lots of work with your mouse. You can do that. Also, there's Alt Shift, and then moving up and down can move bullets up and down. So you don't need to carefully select it, delete it. Oh, now I have an empty paragraph. Let's delete the empty paragraph. You go up, you paste. Oh, now I have two pieces of text inside the same paragraph. Let's split it, and I'm done. Instead, you can use this to move content up and down inside bullets. And I think that's quite nice. We have all sorts of complexity with tables, handling them correctly, nested tables, floating tables, unfloating them, and so on. Also, in case you would like to extend the structure of the table, you can add the columns, remove columns, add rows, remove rows. All these functions are there in the notebook bar. Now, in case you want to do something in a non-interactive way, then not using the UI and not loading the document interactively, we also provide an API which can do two things for documents. One is that here is my document, give me all sorts of machine-readable details about the document. This is the document extract API. You give us your document. We give back some JSON about what interesting things we find in the document. And you can have some options there. And also, you can transform the document, which means, for example, you have a form to be filled in. You provide us the document. You provide us some JSON snippet which describes how to transform this, what fields to fill in, and so on. Or perhaps you want to update the. Let's say you have a chart which is manually nicely configured, but the data table is just a stub data. And then you can replace the data table of that chart. If you use styles, then you, for example, paragraph styles, then you not only get the navigator for free, but also you can insert a nice table of contents without much effort, because the structure of your document is something that you define. I talked about document comparison, so this is the inline one. This was always there. New this year is this side-by-side view of changes, which still gives you this dialogue of changes, so you can go one by one, but also you can just go there and get info on what is this change, who changed that, when did that happen, and so on. With the side-by-side view, all the deletions are red, all the insertions are green, and you have the matching part as kind of increased saturation. And we also color the frames of images according to this. This is the form filling. I mentioned that it's in case you nicely annotate your to be filled in parts of your form as content controls, then you have an easy way to fill these in with the document transform API. And yeah, I guess that kind of concludes my talk. Hopefully you have some nice user interfaces to choose from. Either you stick with the default notebook bar, or you go with the menu-based one, you get something consistent. All the actual document rendering is still unchanged. It's using the rendering engine, which has been worked on for decades. So it's quite high fidelity. An optional AI integration is coming to Writer. Go to Rasha's talk for details. And whatever is there in the Collabora Online UI is something that we tested for collaborative editing, so that it works nicely, not only when you edit alone, but when you edit together. So that's it. Thanks a lot. And now that Writer is over, Calc is coming up. So thanks, Asya, for coming and presenting.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanya. Thank you, Richard. So, but this is nice. Let's do it. Okay, so hello. So I'm Asya. I'm still Asya. You met me on Monday during the quiz night. So today I'm going to be talking to you about Calc and taking you on a deep dive into it. So before we begin, do you maybe think that spreadsheets are kind of boring? Because this, whoa, okay, so this is what I used to think. So basically how I imagine them is like just a bunch of numbers and buttons and everything kind of looks like a cockpit of a very expensive airplane. And you have a feeling that if you press the wrong button or do something wrong, you're most likely gonna launch a satellite or at least ruin your calculations for your monthly or yearly company's budget. But in reality, we do love spreadsheets. But just the different kinds, so just the friendly ones. So don't get me wrong, Calc is powerful, but it's something that you actually can open on a Monday morning without feeling fear, anxiety, or needing a flight suit, basically. Yeah, we do love them because they show us really important information. So as you can see on this beautiful chart made in Calc, and this very, very scientific line that I created, this is actually really important because it answers a critical business question. How much coffee is too much? And when it's still productive. So as you can see, there is a fine line between me being a data processing machine and becoming a person with cognitive capabilities of a houseplant. So they're really important. Maybe for creating marketing report or doing something that's way more important that I do, that you guys do, or just tracking your survival throughout the work week. So since I work in marketing, I really stand by this when I say this, because during this conference, as you could all notice, there was nothing more important and useful than knowing when the beavers are taking over. So some of you were probably wondering, how do we manage to track the budget that's getting swallowed by semi-aquatic mammals? Basically, we just don't pay to our employees, and we don't eat. We wait for the conference to eat, and that's it. We let the beavers live. No, but basically what helped a lot was these beautiful colors and beautiful charts. But then again, you might ask, how do you guys do it? Well, it's all in our wonderful, marvelous Collabora online Calc. So what is Calc? Calc is actually a powerful spreadsheet editor, and it's great for your personal use, business use, complex operations. So if some of you are working with macros, feel free to talk with one of our friendly and wonderful developers, either after this talk or by the end of the conference. I'm sure they're happy to help. And also, I've been talking to some of you, and I've heard that you guys have a lot of interesting side hustles. So in my case, it's actually a huge passion regarding plants, so it's great for managing a really risky budget for your vegetable garden. It's fully featured. So basically, if you got used to using different kind of spreadsheet software or have some features that you are emotionally connected to, like I do get, or you just need them for your work and you love them, Calc has them all. It has everything that you expect from a good spreadsheet software. And collaborative editing, which is my favorite because it allows you to work with your colleagues wherever they are. For example, as you know, we are a remote company, and it's really nice to be able to work with everybody at the same time on the same spreadsheet and follow what everybody else is editing. And at the end of the day, and I mean really like at the end of the business day, you can pretend to chase each other across the cells. So it's a really good game for team spirit. I highly recommend. Then filtering and sorting data. Well, of course, we all know this is important and kind of basic, but our event planner for this conference wouldn't be possible with this. So without sorting, you wouldn't know that my talk is today, and you wouldn't be able to witness this miracle. And without filtering, you wouldn't be able to filter out the most important thing, which is the lunchtime and stuff like that. So we were talking about collaboration, about filters and sorting, but how about collaborative filters and sorting? Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good idea because probably we were all in this situation where you're in the middle of very important call or a conference and you're just trying to focus on something that your colleague is talking about or your client or your boss, but then everything goes upside down, your screen jumps, somebody has hit in a row or do something similar. So you're asking yourself, was there an earthquake? No, there was just this colleague again who decided to apply a simple filter. So this is where you unmute yourself and start yelling. It's also not good for your team spirit. But that doesn't have to happen in Calc because we have this, per user sheet views. So this is basically like having your own private office inside of a shared spreadsheet. So basically you can filter, sort data, hide rows, show rows, do whatever you want without affecting what other people are seeing. and making them math. So that used to be my favorite feature, but now when I take my logic in consideration and how good my math is, maybe this should be the one. Because I don't know if this happens to you, but for me, it happens a lot. You just finish working on your spreadsheet and you just want to apply a formula, but then you get this. And for me, this is like a spreadsheet equivalent of check engine light, because you know that something is wrong, but you don't know what is wrong and how to fix it. But Calc is actually a good friend, and it doesn't leave you alone with this. It actually helps to fix, so you can inspect with Function Wizard to see where the logic has took the wrong turn, or you can add it directly in the formula bar. Yeah, but you're not gonna break a sweat in Calc with these. Yeah, this one. So when I first started working in Collabora, I was always afraid that I'm gonna mess something in those beautiful spreadsheets that are OCD pleasing that my manager is creating. And yeah, maybe I will break a link, maybe I will delete a formula, something will happen. And this is actually a quite common situation when you want to onboard a new team member. So you don't want to lose time and just fix those accidental changes that happen. And in Calc, you don't have to, because we have cell and sheet protection. So how this works, so basically all the cells in Calc are by default protected, but this protection only becomes effective after you protect the sheet. So what you want to do is select all the cells where you want your colleagues to enter their new data, then uncheck this little box, protect the sheet, and if you are feeling extra cautious, we also have the possibility to add a password. So it's super safe and cool. And then my favorite, charts. So I love colors, I love charts because they make things look less serious. And you know that I'm not a serious person by now, I guess. So basically when I have a bunch of data like raw numbers that are black and white and I need to present them to my boss or to a client or whatever, I kind of look at them like this. Okay, guys, you look boring, you're wearing pajamas, so we need to get organized and dressed up to be presentable. So this is, in my opinion, what charts are doing to your data. And in Calc, you have a lot of options, and they look really beautiful. So for example, if you want to kind of go with this serious and professional styling, go with some line charts or bar charts. If you want to look like a data scientist, you can use bubble charts or scatters. If you want to see how much budget the beavers eat, just go with pie or pie of a pie charts. And also, if you want to see what vegetables are under the siege in your garden, go with some net or radar charts. So yes, I was thinking about this. If you have, for example, big losses in your company's budget and you want to kind of hide them, just change the chart. Don't go with the line chart or something, so it's not going to make the losses smaller, but at least they're going to look like a modern piece of modern art, in my opinion, because in Calc, these are really beautiful. Then pivot tables. So again, it happens a lot that our spreadsheets become like a giant wall of numbers, and you need to take this mountain of data and make sense of it, like get some answers. And of course, this is where pivot tables are really shining. So you can take this data summarized by category, team member, or date, whatever you need. You can apply filtering and create these little cute drop-down menus. Then you can make a chart that's directly connected to this table. But yeah, this is kind of something that you have probably already seen. But now, in Calc, in Collabora, we made it even more powerful with additional calculated fields. And yeah, we were thinking that these are really useful because they allow you to insert new data inside of this table based on existing fields. So instead of changing your original data, you can add new insights on top of that. It's really cool. And now, intuitive conditional formatting. So this kind of makes it impossible to forget about really important things. So for example, as you can see on this image, you can use color scales, which allow you to apply gradient of colors across your cells, which kind of bring your attention to the most important areas that require attention, so you don't miss a deadline or something similar. And these are also super cool data bars, which are kind of small charts inside of cell that are representing magnitude of your data. And you can, for example, track your project progress, inventory levels, maybe targets that you want to hit, and stuff like that. So, yeah. And these are really cute because, yeah, sparklines, these are tiny charts that are living inside of cells. So probably sometimes you don't need like a full-size chart to analyze the trend in your data. And these are actually living inside of cells. And yeah, you can have a really quick look at what is happening and again, not miss the important things. So yeah, I love sparklines personally. Table styles. So whenever I try to format a table, they end up looking like Spanish ties, which is not a bad thing, but for a professional business-looking table, it kind of is. So I'm pretty happy that we have these built-in table styles that we can use. And at the moment, they look pretty cool, but I think that our designer, Pedro, whom you met just a couple of minutes ago, is working on making them even more beautiful. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what's going to happen here in the future. And it's a pretty nice win regarding interoperability with Microsoft because we didn't have them before. So yeah, we talked about a lot of cool and powerful features, but all of these would be for nothing if users weren't able to find them. So we are really trying to make Calc have like friendly interface and a familiar one. So for example, whatever you're expecting to be grouped together, it is grouped together. Icons are pretty like intuitive, and yeah, it's not hard to find anything that you need to find. Also, if you're used to using different kind of tools, the learning curve, it's not gonna be long at all because it's all pretty familiar and easy to use. Also, one of the coolest thing about Calc is its flexibility. So basically you can import and export a wide range of formats. So Microsoft Excel, CSV, HTML, and you can collaborate and work with people who are still using the proprietary ones, but have the freedom of these open document formats, of course. And yeah, your data is never trapped. You're free to move between these formats and collaborate with anyone from anywhere. And also, if you want to give your documents that polished look, you can easily export to PDF. So it's great, I think. Calc is also helpful for new users regarding its UI. So for example, if you are like me and have a memory of a goldfish, you're not really good with remembering formula, but Calc doesn't leave you here also alone. You get a pop-up when you start typing something, and it tells you exactly what it needs and where, so you don't waste time. It's like having a senior developer whispering at your shoulder what you need to do. So it's pretty great. But it's also capable for power users, for people who live in the spreadsheets, maybe like some of you are because you love them so much. And basically it has over a couple of hundred functions. And yeah, maybe when we compare to some other tools, they also offer a lot of functions. But if we compare these two, this is more of a structured and scientific interface over here. So with this, your analytical skills are probably like Einstein's. And yeah, Calc has been helping us with cool days and powering them and made sure that I'm standing here now and having a panic attack. So yeah, thank you, Calc, we love you. You should know have. And yeah, Calc is ready for you, whether you need to create marketing report, do some serious stuff that you people are doing, or just want to emulate an RGB monitor, it's there for you. So yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I believe now my dear colleague Pranam is on. Pranam, good luck. Thank you. Thank you.
I like it. I get claps even before I start. That's lovely. So as you already know, my name is Pranam, and I have been with Collabora for almost 7 years now. So let's dive deep into Impress. So, what is Impress? Most basic question. A fully featured presentation. Everyone knows about this. This is the most boring stuff. But I just got some breaking news. Even Michael doesn't know about this thing yet.
We have some exciting news out of the corporate world today. A local man is celebrating a major promotion, all thanks to his impressive presentation using Collabora Online.
So, Impress is a tool which gets you promotion, but only if you are skilled enough. If you are making boring presentation, you might get fired or something. So let's not hope you are that. We all know this basic, very nice, very familiar UI. We all have seen Pedro talking about it for a while. I won't bore you with that. Powerful presentation editor, we already know this. So you get the slide layouts here, and which is already always available for you, whatever you like. And in the sidebar, you get all the details, layout, and everything, landscape, format, or background, whatever you need there. It's already there. But just in case, if you miss that very big part, if the sidebar is closed, in that case, we got you covered. We want you to see everything we have. So we add another button there. You can again use it. Always visible. We don't want to miss you any features we have. And just in case, if you are curious like me, who wants to play around and messes up everything, because curiosity kills the cat. In that case, we already have a reset button for you. You can use it, and you go back to the initial state. And you can be curious again, and again, and again, until you get the promotion. And slide animations. Well, let me just show you slide animation. It brings the attention to the detail where you want it. You can make it fly from anywhere you want, and it grabs the attention. And apart from that, there are slide transitions. You all have been seeing each of my slide coming with different transition. I just select all and applied the transition randomly. So even I don't know which transition I'm gonna see next. If anyone wanna guess and they get right, I'll give you 10 euros. Any guesses? Any guesses? Which one? Swipe. No, you are wrong. There is no transition in next slide. And the master slide, the most amazing feature I have in mind and I love is master slide. You format and set everything once, and you reuse it everywhere in each slide and in each conference, and you just change the content, and immediately everything is in the place. And I don't know, it's just so beautiful. I'm out of words for it. And in the master slide, you can also set the page numbers and count. And let me tell you a secret. Our competitors who say they have smart office suite with a lot of AI doesn't know how many pages are in this presentation. Who are they? I don't know. Then there's image manipulation. It's so great that I'm convinced that you can even edit movies into this. I grew up in India, where I watched so many Indian television series, and in that, when there's something dramatic, they just use every photo effect we have here with some dramatic music. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So this is me and a couple of my friends, and one of them eat without me. So this is the effect you get. Exactly. So I'm quite convinced that the Indian series have used Impress long before anyone knew that we could do it. And auto-align. In the last slide, you just saw that all the pictures were completely aligned. Why? Because of this amazing feature we have, auto-align. It just clips wherever you want it. And custom interaction. Again, there are some tools, we have so many features, some might get lost, and you have to scroll through so many menus and all and whatnot. So instead, we make it easy for you to find everything on your fingertips, particularly right-click. Curves and crops. So if you know what curves is, simple, a curvy line. if you are skilled enough, unlike me, then you can literally make a map of your city out of these curvy lines. I'm happy to see if someone tries it. It's not going to be me, for sure. And also, apart from all the dramatic picture effects, you can also crop and resize your images if you want. And copy-paste of slides, again, amazing feature. But now it's even better. You can copy-paste your slides from one document to another document in maybe another tab in another browser. And it makes my life easy. I don't have to do again and again or download it locally and then edit it locally. You can now do everything in online without worrying about anything. And slide sections, they are a brand new feature. I worked on it, so please clap for me. Thank you. They're brand new, they haven't yet released, but they are in the review, and then you can organize your slides in sections, and you can hide the slides which you really don't want to see, or you can do whatever you want. And apart from that, additional gains. So now this slideshows are also faster. So we now use ZSTD compression, so it makes traffic transfer of the slides a little bit faster and over the network, and also these slides are now rendered on the client side, so also keeps the load off the server, which again makes everything faster and a better experience. And slide caching. So once you have loaded the slideshow, we have cached it. Unless you change anything, you don't have to re-render anything, any slideshows. So again, things get faster. What about presenting? There is presenter console. If you are well prepared, you would have notes, unlike me, who just spontaneously speaks anything which comes to mind. And you can see next slide and everything in the presenter console as I'm seeing here right now. And just in case, if you are lost, you have this button where you can see all the slides, and hopefully, unlike me, you have not just 2 slides repeating again and again. And most important part, you have the times you have spent on this particular slide and time you have spent totally. So this helps. If this feature was not there, I'd keep talking and you'll miss your tea, which I don't want because I'm hungry. So again. And another amazing feature. I have heavily contributed to it. Again, please clap for me. So present to all is something, so we all have been in the meetings where someone wants to share the slide, they share the screen, but you are on a poor network, and then you can't see anything written on the slide. But instead of that, now everyone can join this presentation, and once the presenter presses this button, present to all, presentation starts for everyone on their native resolution. So everything is crystal clear. Document is loaded, and because previously we just started caching our slide, they are not rendered for every user. They are just rendered if and when needed for different resolutions. So there is no extra load on anything. And it works very simply. Once, and just in case, if you are a follower, if you are a late joiner, you missed your coffee and you were making it. So you also have this button where you can join already running presentation. So once you join the presentation and presenter moves forward or backward, then all the people who are on the same document will again move forward and backward. So this is the main presenter, and these are rest of the followers. So if, again, presenter moves, rest of the people moves, but there is another feature we have. Just in case if you are, you miss something and you want to go back to the slide, previous slide, You can go like this. So this user want to see the previous slide again. So he is doing it. And then there is another button at the bottom here, follow presentation. So if you press that, you again reach wherever the presenter is. And that's it. Thank you. Well, if anyone wants to have tea, we have a lot of them.
Hello, hello. Please end the tea break and sit down and stop talking, because there will be a much more interesting talk to start. But we first need you to sit down and stop talking. So the next talk will be by Michael Loeffler from OpenCloud. And yeah, that's helpful. Why is this not switching? Okay, that's much better. Arrow keys you can use. And otherwise, please enjoy the talk. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Good morning again from my side. So I'm Michael Loeffler from OpenCloud. I'm working there as a project manager. I'm happy to be here and like to give you a short overview over OpenCloud and how and why we incorporate Collabora. So maybe the first question to the round, as OpenCloud itself is a kind of a new brand, who knows OpenCloud? So those are pretty many. Second question, who is using OpenCloud? At least a few of you. So the brand is new, but we are definitely not kind of new kids on the block, as we derived from OwnCloud Infinite Scale. So in January 25, it was forked. And OpenCloud nowadays belong to the Heinlein Group, which is well known for Mailbox, OpenTalk, and we do some consulting as well. And like our company claim is open source, secure, and sovereign, which is a value which we probably share with Collabora like 100%. And so we started last year in January. Luckily, a bunch of OwnCloud people joined us. So we started to develop. OpenCloud itself is based on Golang and microservices, so we're really cloud ready, and we love to be deployed with Docker or Kubernetes, so it fits for rather small businesses or big scale deployments as well. How is it going? So I said we started in 25. We came up with the first production release in Q2 25, and generally we publish twice a year a production release. In between, and so we're using we develop and developing in an agile environment, so we're using the Scrum process. And our sprints are 3 weeks. So after 3 weeks, we publish a rolling release, which is then, which is tested, so receive some basic QA and community support, and can be, of course, used by everyone. Pretty important, or not important, but kind of general. So we are free software under HEPL and Apache 2. We started the project, as said, last year with around 20 people, and we are growing nicely. As you see at the right-hand side, those are the GitHub stars, which we love to present because it feels good. So we have a strong increase of people which are happy with us. And little side story from my side, I started in October 25 at OpenCloud, and there our public matrix channel doubled in the last 6 months. So it's the GitHub star history says one thing, and the people on the matrix channel as well. On the business side, of course, it is not that easy to start from scratch, but we're building up a partner environment. We're doing currently direct sales a bit as well, but of course the general goal is, like Collabora does, that we sell 100% through partners. Now we have a look how we integrate Collabora into open cloud. So it's, let's say, I would say it's seamlessly. So you just open it. It is a Collabora, and as we heard here about today and yesterday, full-featured Office suite. And what I can say is the feedback we receive from clients is kind of, so definitely no complaints, and so very little feedback on Collabora, which says, in my opinion, everything works as expected, so everything is fine. So we rather receive feedback about open cloud, this and that, or it takes. So everybody is happy. We included the cool server, and yeah, everybody is happy with Collabora. Why are we so happy with Collabora? Or I'd say, or I see Eloy sitting in the front row. So kind of we like each other. So not Eloy and myself only, but the two companies. As we do have a very good line of communication in general. So for example, we have established, like for half a year or so, bi-weekly talks or meetings with Collabora. So we have a very direct exchange. It is on equal height or so. So we can address our wishes very directly. And it's we do have a very good relationship and are hoping to offer you more. On the open source side, so as said in the beginning, our values are pretty the same. At both companies, a lot of people with a huge open source footprint are working. Yeah, we're sharing the same values, and of course, as we don't know anyone who wears ties like Michael, so we are in love. And that's it for now. So I'd like to thank Collabora for inviting us, and a short feedback here for the cool days. As for me, it's the first time to be here. I'm very happy to meet you guys in person, like Ilo, Pedro, for example. We had a bunch of good conversations with clients, partners, and so on. And I'm very happy, I want to say thank you to the Orga team for a very professional, organized event. So thanks to Collabora, and of course, not forgetting you, thank you for the audience. Thanks.
So, hi. Just to set some expectations, I'm not going to be able to top Darshan's presentation. There's no music or anything in there. So, basically, this is about how we test new releases for server packages that our partners use every time we have a minor or a major release. So, first of all, this type of testing of the server packages is only a small subset of what we actually do before each release. Before each release, we have unit tests for the code for every merge request. We have test servers running the latest commits. We have automated interoperability tests, about which Aaron gave a talk last year, if you're interested in this topic. And he also gave another talk about this topic yesterday. We also have constant collaborative tests among our team, smoke tests before every release, and also what we call our QA test matrix, which is everything we need to check before a release, about which we also did a talk last year. If you're interested on the topic, there's recordings of all those presentations, and they're online on YouTube. So just to give you a small scope of what we're talking about when we talk about server packages, We have about 110 packages, either deb or RPM packages, if you include all the dictionaries, debug packages, and all that. It's built statically linked so that they can run on the maximum amount of distributions as possible, and to ensure backwards compatibility with older distros with long-term support. It runs on multiple different distributions and even different versions of that distributions. We have minor updates, minor version updates, major releases. We have things that are not user-related, like administrator configurations that need to be tested and that should work in every release, but we always need to make sure. And sometimes we have new features in CoolWSD that requires us to make some changes in the packaging, which we also need to ensure that they work. So basically, how do we do all of this? One of the topics is we have our QA test matrix. As I said, we had a talk about this last year, about everything that we go through when testing a package. We are working on automating some of the testing for these server packages, and we also test on multiple different distributions. So when it comes to our test matrix, well, as humans, when we're doing QA, we need the methods when we're doing our testing to ensure that testings are consistent, that we don't forget to test something between distributions. So specifically when it comes to servers, we check, well, the basics is if it actually installs, but there's also other things like dependency conflicts between those 110 packages that we mentioned before, major version upgrades, because sometimes some of our partners are 2 major releases behind and they upgrade to the latest release, jumping over one of them, and we need to ensure that those upgrades work perfectly, that CoolWSD is running, that admin operations like generating proof keys are working, that all the possible settings that an admin can use are actually working. Things like namespaces, those new features that I mentioned before, that all of this is working. Memory consumption, that when we close a document, it does the right thing, which is for the corresponding process to go off and die quickly. And always checking logs of every new release before it's shipping, searching for new errors, confirming that bug fixes are actually gone from those logs. Okay, so as I mentioned before, automation, which is something that we've been working on incrementally. It helps to ensure that our tests are consistent, that we don't forget to test anything. And it also saves us a lot of time instead of having to set up everything manually. As I mentioned, and also testing server packages on multiple distributions, because not just to ensure a better coverage between the dev world and the RPM world, but sometimes new LTSs, new major releases have new features, deprecate some packages, and we usually test on 6 different images, not just the current LTS of a distribution, but also the candidate for the next major release or a major LTS, to make sure that we don't get caught off guard with some breaking change, as it happened in a couple of cases that we were able to anticipate. But also we also test previous LTS releases to ensure that the latest release of Collabora Online is still compatible with older server distributions. So some of the issues that we found and fixed before shipping packages to our partners, we had some conflicts on major and version updates, some conflicts between dependencies, things like the latest release having problems with some package managers, specifically when some package managers started switching from GNU-PG to verify the keys to Sequoia, for example. And feedback loop. One of the things that we also try to do is that it can always happen that we miss a test case. I mean, anyone who says that they have the perfect test or that there is no bug probably doesn't know what they're talking about. It's more about how we deal with issues when we find them. So every time that we come across something that wasn't included in our test suite, we try to include it so that we don't miss it a second time. And again, just going back to the beginning, what we do to test the server packages after the building, it's actually just a small part of all the testing that we do before we ship a package to our partners. And if you're interested in the other areas, I would recommend you to watch the talks that I mentioned. Oh, and I forgot about, yeah, okay, that's it. I also forgot about another talk, which is by Andras today about what's going to be the future for the package releases for Collabora. And that was about it. Thank you.
Hi, my talk today is going to be about the spacing between paragraphs. There's a couple of different ways to do it. The first way was the native ODT way, and that one is fairly simple. What you tell it to have spacing above the paragraph is placed there, and what you tell it to do after is there, also there, and you just add the two together. So it's additive. So in my example, I'm always using 1 centimeter for below spacing and 1.5 for above. And so it simply becomes additive to 2.5 centimeters. The one thing that's different is at the bottom of the page, you basically have infinite amount of space here. And so the top spacing is basically not used. So it's basically the one exception that's there. So what happens with an explicit page break? Because you've explicitly told it to start a new page, then we naturally put the spacing above the paragraph again. So it's very simple, very consistent. Another way is what happens when you save it in Microsoft formats. It's not quite so simple then. So instead of being additive, you basically take the maximum value of either the below spacing or the above spacing, and then the rest of it just collapses. So they have the same exception at the bottom and the top of the page. Since it's infinite space, it just kind of disappears. Okay, and they also do something very interesting with explicit page breaks. So they're hyper-consistent here, and even though they have infinite amount of space, they still collapse it. Okay, so your 1.5 centimeters of above spacing ends up being only half a centimeter because the bottom spacing of the previous paragraph collapses it. So it's a little bit confusing. And there's also differences between the different formats. So in 2013, we started with Compat 15 on the right-hand side, and previous versions worked a little bit differently. So depending on the version of Microsoft Office, your spacing will be a little bit different. And then we run into our most interesting example, and that is continuous section breaks. So basically, right here, we actually have two paragraphs on the same line. And so which one are you going to use the above and below spacing on? So what they do is they actually use the first one to do the above and below spacing, but they collapse the next paragraph based on the below spacing of the section break paragraph. Okay, so let's see how we're doing against this now. So what we're looking at is an overlay. This is from our MSO test. So at the bottom, we have what Microsoft's PDF is in bright red, and over top of that, we put Collabora's Grayscale. So you can see here just enough red to show that there actually is Microsoft content here, but it's basically perfectly, all the spacing is perfectly matching what Microsoft does. This is the second page that we were looking at, again, perfect. Again, for explicit page breaks, we're perfect. And then finally, we see a little bit of red here, and this is that crazy continuous section break where there's 2 paragraphs on the same line. And we don't have continuous section breaks, and so it doesn't exactly match. All right, thank you.
Well, hello. Have you heard yesterday and some today, and probably we'll hear more, interoperability is a very important factor for us. And interoperability is not only about following all the standards that we try to do, but it's also about giving the user as smooth experience as it's reasonable for us to do. So in this presentation, I will explain this with a specific case about numbering styles in docx and an issue that we faced. So yeah, a bit quick introduction. What are numbering styles? It's this thing. Doesn't need to be a number. Simple. Some important details to know is that styles are outside of the content of the document, but control something that is inside of the content of the document. So we have several parts that have to concord with each other. So how do you save this information in a document? For one part, we have the ODF standard, which is what Collabor is based about. We have in ODF text list style, which in Collabor is a non-rule class. This defines the numbering styles, and this is outside the content of the document. And on the other part, we have test list or SW list class inside the code, which is inside the content of the document and marks a section as using a certain numbering style as defined by the style. On the other hand, Microsoft XML has an abstract num that defines a general style. Then it has a num that instantiates a certain style and maybe apply some modifications here. Both these are definitions that are outside of the content of the document. And finally, we have num properties, which applies a specific style to a specific paragraph in the content. This is inside the content. So here we can see that we have the same general ideas. We have a definition. We have the ability of instantiating that definition and maybe modifying it. And we have ways to signal inside the content where it goes. So simple to move from one another? Maybe. From importing, it's clear a simple importing is the most general definition. Abstract num becomes our most general definition, which is num role. Then num properties, which is the content, becomes several list, which is the content. And the num, which is like there in between that we don't have an equivalent, gets inside the SW list because we also have this idea of instantiating a rule and modifying it. It seems simple, but there's some caveats, like the definitions are always one-to-one, but since num rule goes for each paragraph and the SW list is for a block of content, we have many to one, and on the other hand, we have also one to many, because one num can become many SW lists. And exporting, we undo that. Definitions go one-to-one, and each list becomes one num and maybe many num properties. and these seams files until we get a huge document. You have two definitions, two explicit definitions, and thousands of lists, which becomes two definitions and thousands of lists. That's nice, but then it becomes two definitions, thousands of definitions, and thousands of lists, which is not so nice, but as long as it works, and it doesn't. Microsoft Word cannot handle thousands of non-definitions for some reason. Is it because it's worse than ours? Maybe, but also it's because it's not intuitive to have thousands of definitions. Like having a very big document is something that any office should be able to handle, which we do, and Word does. In this case, that's just a big document, but having thousands of definitions, it's not something that people are, it's obvious that you have to prepare. So what to do? It's Microsoft's fault, not ours. That would be fun, but we can do better. Like our output is technically correct. It technically follows the standard, but it doesn't follow the spirit of the standard. Like you don't expect to have thousands of definitions when with two could have done. So we need to rethink how we make the exportation. In particular, abstract num seems to be correct, but our conversion from list to num and num properties is not conceptually correct. So num properties is just the position on the content, so that's one, there's no doubt about it. Then each list generation a single num is too much, so before writing it, we check all the ones that we made before, and we try to reuse as many as we can. This makes the export much more complex, which sadly means much more easily to make it wrong, but it's a worth trade-off because have finally a correct export that has the correct number of definitions. So thank you.
Sorry, could you help me? Csak jobbra-balra gombot nyomtam be. Ja, hogy rá kell nyomni a play-re. Nem az enyém. It starts with cool day and then until now.
But in that slides are not updated yet?
In the share it's updated.
I mean, there is no new one.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. I am Attila Such, and I will speak about Extract and Transform API and how to create presentations with it. And so what's this and why it's useful? Imagine if you want to, you could just ask the AI to create your presentation, and it would do instead of you. Well, the AI could use this interface. The transform can actually create a new presentation. You will need a template presentation for it and a list of commands in JSON file how to modify the presentation, and it will execute these commands in order, just like a user would do. These commands could be like insert new slide, overwrite text on it, and similar things. And the extract part can get information from a presentation. It can get names of the slides and indexes, so it can be useful for transformation as well. And it will return this as a JSON file. So this is an example how you can actually run these commands. And here is an example what the extracts do. These are the returned values, and it basically extracts how many slides and master slides you have. It extracts the master slides names, and from slides it extracts names, layout, how many objects it has, and the text of the objects. And transform the commands of the transforms are things that what you users would use, like we can jump to a slide, we can do it by an index or the name, or we can just jump to the last slide. We can insert other slides based on a master slide. We can duplicate slides. We can change the layout. We can set text of an object on the actual slide. and we have a more detailed way to change text and even format of the text of the actual object. We can even mark object and run some UNO comments on it, and there are some more like delete, move, or rename slides. Just a warning, we have to be careful with indexes and names, because if we change the presentation, these names can be changed as well, and for the next command you have to use the new values of it. And this is an example how the transforms like. In the left side there is the original presentation, in the right side the resulted presentation, in between of them the actual commands. Well, it's useful to see how to give the parameters for it. There are multiple ways to give parameters for commands. And about the edit text object, it's a more complex way to modify the text. First, you have to select some text in an object. You need to set a starting and an end point. And then you can insert text. Well, it's normally replacing the selected text, but if you did not select the text, just move the cursor with it, then it will actually just insert the text. And you can run UNO commands on it, which can change the selected text format. For example, it can make it bold or italic or something like that. There are some more kind of parametering it. I mean, for the selected text, if you just give one parameter, then it will just select the whole paragraph from it, but there are some more way. And this is an example how it works. The first command just set the whole object text with a free paragraph text. And the second command has these sub-commands which will actually select part of the text and change formats. For example, this command will select the object text and will replace it with inserted text, and then run a lot of UNO commands on it, which will change its properties. Okay. And there is a list of UNO commands that I tested that works. And here is the documentation for it. There is more information there. And then that's all. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, hello. I'm Mohit, and I'm going to talk about overview slides. So yeah, imagine you are working on some very big slide decks, and and you want to find that one slide that you vaguely remember it's important, but you don't know where it is. And yeah, imagine there are like 50 slides in your presentation, and the slide sorter is actually like, it can hold at most like 8 slides at a time. So you would just scroll and scroll until you find that slide, maybe in 5 minutes or something. So also the thumbnails are too tiny to get overview of what's in the slide. So yeah, this is overview slide. So it's basically a very big slide which contains all the previews of all the other slides in the presentation, so you can get the whole overview of what the document contains. And yeah, the arrow shows all the flow of the presentation, how they are ordered. And yeah, if you double click on any one of the previews, it will switch to that slide. So yeah, that's nice. By the way, to make this possible, we had to add support for multiple slide size in Impress, which was not possible before. So that was a nice side effect. And what that makes possible is, imagine if you have a PDF with a different slide size, so it makes rendering that possible. So yeah, and yeah, so usually when you want to reorder a slide, you would just drag it, along the slide sorter and drop it. So that works. It's not that difficult, but it can be more easier. So what you would do in overview slide is, so if you notice the last two slides, and then I'll drag and drop it to change the position of that thank you slide, and you'll see this prompt here which says update slide. And if you click on it, yeah, it will then change the order. You see the arrows which just changed, so that that makes your reordering slide much easier. And I hope the video works here. It does not. Maybe later. I was going to show how you can create a slide. So basically, there is a button, but the video does not work. So maybe later at the end of the presentation, I'll start the video. Okay, so what's possible in the future is the main idea behind this feature was to make this overview slide act as a canvas where you can do in-place editing with the previews. So you can drag and drop, shapes into those previews and edit slide from one place. So you can have all your assets in that one big place in the same area, and you can then work with all your slides from there. So it's not in there, so because it's very performance heavy, but we are working on Tomasz is working on vector rendering, so once that is implemented, so yeah, it's very promising to have in-place editing. So yep, thank you for listening. Yes.
Is the layout of the individual slides within the overview slide, is that automatic, or do you manually put them in there? And if it's automatic.
So initially when you create the slide, so they are initially in a grid, a rectangular grid. So they are arranged like that, but then you can just move around and reorder how you want. And yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So, hi there. SmartArt. That's hard stuff. So, SmartArt, what's SmartArt? Everyone knows how SmartArt looks like, because everyone who ever had contact with Microsoft Office stumbles over them, looks through all of them, tries to remember and thinks about maybe I can use that in the future. So what does it provide? It's there for something like 15 years or 20 maybe, I'm not sure. So it spares you from doing something like that by hand. So it's just all custom shapes, and you could do all of that by hand, of course, but what SmartArt provides is relay out when you change it, and you can change the text or make new text, and automatically it inserts new objects to show you the changes, and that is done by using a model, and this model is unfortunately pretty complicated, and that's the reason we are struggling with it and fighting on it, but we will get there. So it's all man-made, it can be understood, and interpret it. But it is not easy. For example, for this, you have something like 21 data nodes, not 4, 21. Every data node has something like 35 data entries, and you have something like 8 connections, and all the connections can represent other connections or the nodes, and even the nodes can point to connections or other nodes. So in classic Office, the identification, so all of this is not activated currently, all in development, but when it's activated, the information that it is a diagram, I often will say diagram, it's the same like SmartArt. SmartArt is the UI and marketing name. Diagram is internal. You see this frame when you select it, and this is a sign that it's a SmartArt and the model is intact. And this is how it looks in PowerPoint. They already have this nice UI, but we can also do a nice UI, and we will. It's a question of effort. So in Collabora Online, it looks like this currently, and you have also the frame to identify that it's SmartArt. And what you have already is this small button on the top right, which is an edit button, and you get to this small edit dialog we have. So I will go through the general info. 5 minutes is too short to go into it. You can read it later at home when looking at the recorded stuff. Initially, the DOM trees were held at the grab bag at the group object hosting the diagram, and this allowed, this is the current state before the changes, to export it again if it was not changed. So that's already a pretty good state, because from user point of view, you get the graphic representation. It's nothing more bad than not having a graphic representation at all. And it can be saved back if it was not touched. If it was touched, it will degrade to a group object with content currently. And that's why I'm working on it. So the goal is keep the diagram model alive. That's the main goal currently, because when we have the diagram model, we can relay out, and it's the base of handling all of that. So it moved from grab bag to something called diagram helper, which can be accessed from the group object hosting all of that. And I enabled the round trip in all OX ODF formats. By the way, Calc never exported even the original DOM trees in OX. I added that 2 weeks ago, something. So next step is then enable interactions. I'm on it. So we have some edit view stuff, fill style, line style, text edit. It's already working. You can do that. Text edit is okay, but no scaling yet. And menu toolbars, of course, and complete geometrical structural changes needs this relay out. And we can do a remove. The add is in progress. And that's a question of using the layout algorithm, which is also in one of the DOM trees and is based on a visitor layout model to create the geometry. So you can see here what's already working and not working, and state of affairs, you can check that. And if you want, I can show a demo on the laptop. Torsten has built a version. It's already in. You can activate it with a flag. And so we have good progress. Basic model change is working. Lots of work to do. Lots of potential. And I would say it's half to 1/3 done, but needs just more love. Okay, that's it.
display the notes. Okay, they will come. Hi, I'm Samuel, and I'm part of the UI UX team. Making Collabora Office easy and efficient to use is the goal, at least if you would ask me. Maybe Pedro would tell something different, I don't know. And I want to show you two very small improvements we did that make a huge difference in everyday's life. The first one is searching for comments. People, we heard it yesterday, used large documents. They have lots of comments. And now when you were asked to fill in the missing bit and in a 200-page document, and the other person tells you, I wrote a comment where you should fill it in, how do you find that if you don't know the page number? So now you can use the search and find and replace dialog. It has this checkbox comments, which would then search also through comments. It's been there for a long time, and it has been working in the desktop version, but it was not working in online since the comments are a native JavaScript implementation. So this was not automatically. And now this is fixed, so when you search for text that would appear inside a comment, this is now also highlighted, and you can find it quickly. Next thing, shortcuts. Power users love keyboard shortcuts. They make repeated tasks much more efficient. And there was one single problem: how do you know which shortcuts are available? There is a dialog which lists some shortcuts, but even if you would read that, you would forget, or I would forget the next time I was using it. So we need to display the shortcuts there where the functions are. And very easy, but it was missing until recently. Now we have Control B for bold. It did work, but it was not displayed. You would probably have guessed that, but who would know that strike through is Control Alt and 5? Now you will know. And yeah, this is also international. We also have it in the menu. So when you use the classic mode, you will see a lot of functions do have shortcuts. And yeah, it's very helpful if you have to do this repeatedly. Just remember the shortcut and apply it again and again. They are also internationalized. The desktop application already had that. Different languages can do different shortcuts. That is, for example, because of keyboard layouts. In the US keyboard, you have the bracket square quickly available. In the German layout, this is very cumbersome to reach, so those shortcuts will be different. And also Microsoft Word found it very helpful to have Control, Shift, and F for bold, and somehow I think in OpenOffice times this was applied too. I don't like it, but anyway, now you at least will know how you do this in the German version. You have it in French, Control G, in Spanish, Control N, etc., etc. So whatever is there in the desktop version now will be shown here and will also work. Yeah, there's a few open issues which I just want to mention. If someone cares about these paper cuts, they do make a difference, so help is wanted. There is a lot of shortcuts that did work in the classic desktop app, but they don't work in the browser. F12 is reserved for the developer tools, and in the desktop app, F12 and Shift F12 would toggle lists, so this doesn't work at the moment. Alt and C would open the character dialog, also doesn't work. And there are many more which just needs testing, which don't work, and either make them work or find replacements for them. Then we have the beautiful context menu now with icons, but the shortcuts are still missing. Also a small thing to fix, but needs doing. And last but not least, Who would know that with hitting Control 1, you could toggle the heading style 1? Okay, a few. I found it by accident, and you can do the same with Control 2 for heading 2 and Control 0 for the text body style. And since I found it, I use it very often, and I miss it in every other application. But this is a very hidden thing. It's also not displayed in the desktop app. Also needs displaying in the tooltip. That's it. Thank you very much.
Is it just there, is it? It is, very good. Okay, I'm Kayla McMara, and I have something to show about PDF import improvements. We won't go into too many of the details as it's 5 minutes. The important bit is that this is the exact architecture of PDF. You have something from a relatively contemporary period at the top, and then you have this ancient prehistoric piece underneath, which isn't obvious. So PDF itself is from basically the 90s, but then there is a whole set of fonts that exist in existing documents that comes from the 80s. The contemporary PDF producers will no longer create such documents from 2023 onwards, but it doesn't matter. There are millions of documents out there that basically require font support from 1984. What we do with PDF documents is that when we show them to you, they are rendered by PDFium, and you have an image on screen. In this particular case on, let me see, words that have S in them. The S at the end of words is the contemporary S, the terminal S, but you'll find lots of other S's that look a little bit like F's, which is the ancient long S that's used in the middle of words. On the second line where it says activity, a C&T is a ligature, a non-standard ligature, so you won't find the CT ligature as any replacement Unicode character. So if you take this document in PDF and you just select it all and you paste it out, you will just get submit SUBMIT. You won't have the information that the archaic S is being used and so forth. So the information as to what it looks like is not really there. So this is what happens if you take that document and you ask it to be converted basically to a vector format or editable text. It is apparently unreadable. The text boxes, and I'll show them in a second, that PDF uses to put the text into are too narrow for us to render the font that we use into, so it doesn't fit. What you notice in the previous one is that an SE on time is all uppercase, but that information is not actually in the PDF as text. The uppercase text is not stored. It's stored as lowercase text, and the font that's used for it just happens to use uppercase glyphs. So the fact that it's uppercase doesn't exist in the PDF from that perspective. So this is the new replacement that I did. So that's what it looks like as an image. That's what it looks like converted into ODF. That's what it now looks like converted into ODF. And how that's done is that we extract the fonts out from the document. We have a new feature you can use. You can use the standard SDK convert to, and you can add on this decomposed PDF, and it turns your PDF into an ODG or a flat ODG file. And inside in that, it will then have embedded fonts that we've extracted out. And how we do that is very complicated and not really worth getting into because it's more than 2.5 minutes. But for the purposes of what you get from PDF, you can see the little red boxes are written around every run that PDF has. And when you look a little bit closer, you'll see that the positioning then, because we're only given the A, we're given the box for the next section, given the box for the next section, and only where they start and how long they are. And while we are given the positions of the text inside in the box, if we want to convert this into our own format, we basically are given the box, and then we set properties on the font in order to get that text to fit appropriately in the box. So there's a little bit of font stretch applied to get them to all line up and appear to be as beautiful as they are there. That's the reality of the boxes, and then that's the description of how you get there. There's some other examples that I'll run through as well. This is the original coming from a medical journal, and at the bottom left there's a diagram and plenty of text. This is what it used to convert to, so you have the same problem again, and this is now what it converts to with the issue solved. And then to just demonstrate the utility of that is that you can take the diagram from the bottom left, which is now a shape group where each individual part of it is an individual shape. You can take it out, you can delete the text from it by clicking on the text. You can click on various parts of the shape and you can select new colors from them and basically reuse it however you would like afterwards. Technical details of how to rebuild the font. It's very complicated. Very, very complicated. And in future work, the text stretching I did to make these demos look even better. And one of the issues that could be done is that OCR PDFs tend to actually show you a picture of the entire document, and then the text that they OCR'd in is hidden as invisible text that floats over the picture of the PDF that they originally started on. So we could support that as well by having a support for individual text in a layer that floats above the picture that comes from the PDF for this edge case scenario of OCR. So there is a solution for that that is not implemented, but it could be done if there is any interest. Thank you. One quick question while Benobi is coming up. These are in Draw. These are in Draw. There is a little script I have where you convert it back into Writer, but it's for Draw. It's for Draw. I wouldn't promise anything beyond that. Not badly. I would do it as one page at a time. The size of the fonts is a problem for the flat ODG, so that's what we did. We could convert it back to an ODG, and then a lot of these size problems, because it's compressed, go away. But it's ideal, I think, for converting a page to get something out of it. Once you go to like 100 pages, yeah, it gets a bit sluggish. That could be improved too, but yeah.
Yes, hello. Benoit Pasco. I'm going to be presenting mentions, nesting, and the new comment experience. But mostly I'll focus on the new comment experience. Yes, so the goals of this new comment experience were to improve clarity, the readability of the comment, in that we do not want the information to feel a bit too heavy for the user to read through a comment or understand a comment. And also we wanted to make some key actions easy to access. For example, edit, resolve, maybe and also reply. And also other important details easier to see. So previously in the comments, we had, you might look and you think that there are very few problems in the previous comment. For example, you might see that we just have a cropped date, and also you may think that the status of resolved of the comment is a bit like an afterthought or not really given enough prudence, or you could see it at a glance. And also you could see the name is a bit too long, and also the hierarchy isn't really good. So, but other issues were the author is not prominent enough. So in any comment, the first thing the user would like to know is who made this comment, and also they would like to see maybe what's the status of the comment. So in the previous comment experience, you saw that the resolve status was not really given a right position or positioned well. It was a bit at the top of the user avatar. So we would like also to add other actions, like it will take a user maybe 2 clicks to do editing. They will have to click the menu and then they click modify, or other users could need also 2 clicks to reply to a comment. And also when you resolve a comment in the previous experience, it would get cropped. So the key considerations in the new design. We would like to have a clear hierarchy. So as I said, users could quickly scan who made this comment, what is comment about, and also what's its status, and also the date. So we had to have a strong emphasis on the author. So we had to maybe in the comment show more about the author and then also give space to the author to take ownership of the comment. And also we would like to also have its timestamp that's not over distracting. For example, previously it was in the header, you would have the author, then the date in the header, so it was a bit distracting. And also the status of resolved were to be clear at glance. So the iterations we had version 2 and also version 3, mainly focusing on hierarchy and actions. So in version 2, you would see we would have the date at the top, then the checkmark is for resolved, then the edit icon and the menu. But then here in the version 2, you would see you couldn't understand where the comment starts from, as we have the author in the middle, and then we have the description down. So in version 3, we would have the author tag to be strong and also take prominence of the comment card, and also the description is well spaced. That date is also at a good position, whereby it comes from the who made this comment, the description, and also who has when was this comment published. And so yes, why we chose version 3 over version 2 is because in version 3, it feels much simpler to scan, as the version 2 was a bit heavy. We would have a lot in the comment. And also, as I mentioned, putting a date first in version 2, it made it harder to tell where the comment would start and where it would end. And also, it also feels natural, as I mentioned before, having the author come first, and also the other details following. Also, version 3 would give us a clear way to show the resolved state, as I'll show in the next slide. And also, we have a good vertical spacing in version 3. So with that, we went with version 3, and you could see an organized comment. We have a visible outline on the avatar, and also the resolved status is at the left. And it isn't more stronger than the author, but it could be also clearly seen on glance, and also a date positioned well, and we wouldn't have it cropped. So that was the before comment, and then this is the after on the new experience. So next, there are other considerations, possibly future work on how would also improve that. For example, depending on the usage of the users, we would sometimes maybe have the reply action, and also remove the edit action if users more really like to use reply. But we went with modify because when a user posts a comment, the first thing they will do is to proofread their comment, and they would like to edit. So that's why I went with edit. And now, but depending on the usage, we could also have reply, or both buttons, reply and edit. Or also this, in this version, we would have the checkmark. The checkmark is a bit interactive, whereby you wouldn't need users to reply to a comment to agree to what the user who posted a comment really meant. So we could have a checkmark that could have a count, and many users could click it, and then it would have a count of 3 if case they agree with a comment, or we would have a resolved status, maybe, depending on usage. So, yes.
Okay, thanks. Next thing, extensibility, programmability. We always try to improve on that. One area where we are a bit lacking at the moment is this classical extension kind of thing. where ideally that would work for both the online and the desktop versions. I did a little demo, let's see if that works here today, for the integrating it into online, should as well just work with desktop ideally. So the idea is you get some button into our UI, we give you an iframe, that's all yours, you do your HTML rendered or whatever controls in there that you need for your functionality that you want to have. You then have some button in it, or some input fields and some button, and that then wants to do something with the document in the back, manipulate it in a rich way or less rich way. That's all up to you, and that's where we want to go. So what you need to do to actually, if you have your iframe, your controls, in the end you want to do something on the server backend side document actually, and we got a way to let you write into the iframes HTML script code some actual JavaScript code, which is natural for a web-based workflow. So you write some code there, and that gets executed, that gets sent over with this little send script thing. So you have some function that gets sent over to the server side, executed there, doing, as you can guess here, maybe some based stuff. You can pass it some parameters. These ones are hard-coded. Typically, that would be the values that you grab from your controls in your iframe, send them over, have this thing executed on the server side, manipulating the document in whatever way you want. By using, yes, as I said, first cut will be using the existing API, because we have that. It is very powerful. It is maybe even too powerful, so we might want to cut at that and do things a little more naturally, with a more natural flow. Maybe we want to remove maybe some parts, we want to extend some parts. The good news on that is we could, in the past, we always had problems changing the API in a way that would break other extensions, because for LibreOffice, etc., there's also these binary extensions in C++ that have a very strict, or the Java extensions that have a way more strict requirements on how we can change our API. So that limited us. If we only go to JavaScript and dynamically having a bridge that is way more dynamic, then we can paper over these things way more easily and might end up with an API that is pleasant, that is still building on what we already have, so that we don't need to re-implement everything. And I would have loved to show a demo now of how this all pans out, but it's unfortunately not working. So just grab me afterwards and I'll show it you on my machine to have some pleasure. And I think we're running a bit over time anyway, so this was just a very quick talk by me. So, sorry? What was in the video? In the video was, there's a button there, you click that, an iframe opens up. It has two controls, what your greeting is, whether you want to do this colorization part, then these get sent over to the server side. Then we do all this dance of grabbing the current document, getting a cursor into it at the start so that it can put the greeting at the start of the document. And if you want to colorize, I think you've seen this beautiful code in previous presentations. That's kind of our stock code of demonstrating what you can do with the API. Go over each paragraph, use a random color for each of them, colorize them. If it isn't even a paragraph, so you can't set this car color property, then you get an exception. We catch that so that we don't crash, and everything looks beautiful. And it will look beautiful in the demo that I can show you on my machine afterwards. Thank you.
Hello, this is meant to be a presentation given by Gabor, but Gabor can't be here, so I will try to step in to do that instead. There were a number of people working on Markdown in Collabor Office by now. Uchaval is not here, who mostly worked on the import side. Then Mike Kagansky did a lot of work on the export side. Then I was also tasked to fix a few import and export mismatches. And also, we did some additional work to make this work nicely in the context of Cool. So we have some Cool SDK functionality where, in case you are integrating Cool into something else, then you can paste Markdown at the current cursor position, or you can take the current selection as Markdown and these kind of things. So we gave Markdown this love inside Cool because it seems it's a good candidate for a second best used way of describing some kind of rich text. It's quite limited. Many things are not possible to describe there, but at the same time, it's very popular. And in case it's features that provides what you need, you know, just simple things like bold text or bullets or nested lists or images, tables, perhaps, these kind of things, then it does work nicely. So you can, as a most basic thing, you can open Markdown files in Writer. Then here is a more complex sample where we open the Cool README MD file, and you can see that it's working reasonably well. You get images, bullet points, headings, hyperlinks. It does a decent job of importing, and more or less everything that is imported is also exported back, so there is no big mismatch between the import and export side. There is also a table support, so that works. You can also have these inline and block level code blocks that also works. What else is here? You can do copying and pasting with Markdown, which is perhaps the more used case, where you just have a snippet of some rich text and you want to copy that around. Now, what's perhaps more interesting is that you can use this with the Collabor Office Classic. You can use this from the command line to convert some very complex writer document to Markdown. Also, and then in various cases you want to further work with that Markdown. So let's say you have some write-up and you want to paste that into a GitHub issue, and then GitHub wants Markdown from you, so you can convert to Markdown and paste it further. Similarly, with the Cool Convert to API, you can do this conversion from any writer document to Markdown. Now, where it gets a little bit more interesting is in case you have your template in as a writer template, something that's complex. It has the colors and the letterhead and everything of your organization, and then you have the content in Markdown. And we can load this Markdown file in a way that it takes styles from your template, and then you get something that's good looking. At the same time, you could generate that content elsewhere. So that is possible. And what else is there? You can also, if you look at the Cool SDK, then you can also look at what post messages you can set and receive to paste Markdown at the current cursor position, and you can also make your selection and copy the current selection as Markdown. And I think that's basically it. Thanks.
Hello. This is Darshan here, and let's talk about options at your fingertips. So basically, we have now options dialog, or you can also say an external iframe for integrators to set their options to change document layout when they load. They can set different options like Zotero APIs. They can also add their AI API keys to use the AI models, which shortly will discuss by Rashesh. So these are the goals that we managed to achieve using the options dialog layout. So firstly, when I saw the issues, people finding very difficult to set different settings using CoolWSD XML files, because all are not that technically sound when it comes to the changing the flags technically on the code files. So we did provided an dialog UI inside the files tab. There are many options which are requested from community customers and integrators, like auto text dictionaries, and also the main thing is look and feel. If it's not looking good, no one use it. And we also offers this same dialog to integrator for every integrators as well. So code lives in one place, but you can use it different places. I mean, there is only one file, but that iframe can be used at the multiple places. And there is this last goal, which is your own config. So whenever you have your desktop configs set, and if you open that document, that XEU options will automatically get recognized by the Collabora online document, which will come from check file info, and document broker will basically save those options and load based on your preferences. So these are the multiple places. These are the options. Before it has some issues, like some is on the CoolWSD file, or some of the options that you need to ask your sysadmin. Then they will ask you to create ticket, and then it gets solved. But now, if you can see, we have now all the options in one particular place, where you can find auto text, direct dictionaries, document settings, interface settings, browser settings, etc. So we have our vision is one interface, and two contexts for now. Two contexts, which is kind of a conflicting statement, but for now it's one is lives inside the document, and one which lives at the integrator side. So this are basically So this is how it looks on the integrator side. For now, we have this on our share, where you can change notebook bar mode to compact mode by default. If you want dark mode by default on your system, you can just check it, press save, and on your document load, it appears. And it also remembers your settings on next load as well. You can also upload auto text, custom dictionaries, Zotero APIs, document signing. So these are the categories which are part of the options dialog. And let me go to this is how the JS dialog of options looks inside the document. So if you go to File tab, there is this options option tab, and you can see you can set any config. You can configure your Zotero keys or settings anywhere. These are the screenshots. So basically, let me go through a few of the important settings. First is the interface settings. So interface settings and browser settings are basically two different things. Interface settings means you can change your outer looks, like if you want a dark mode or not, if you want to set the compact mode by default, and yeah, it's also per application. So if you want a writer to be open in compact mode and Impress to be open in notebook bar mode, you can set it differently, and that's also set per user. So yeah, different user can have different settings. Yeah. So these are the options. Let me quickly go through the how it works. So whenever you change the option, toggle it, it will we do the serialization of that flags into XU format, and using the WUPI endpoints, it uploads to the WUPI host side. And yeah, basically how this is how settings will be remembered. I have a few more architectural part, but yeah, let's see. This is the horizontal settings pipeline. So on your browser side, you change any settings. On CoolWSD, it will invoke by the document broker. It will send using the save all WUPI endpoint to the WUPI host. And at the WUPI host, based on the token authorization, it will get stored. But yeah, the main point is CoolWSD is here the stateless. So even if accidentally you remove the CoolWSD part, nothing it will break on your settings side. Yeah, these are the APIs that we used, and we have special option for disable AI settings. So if you don't want to expose a few of the API options on the integrator side, you can do this. Yeah, and you can also integrate your own AI models, API keys, so based on your preferences. These are the yeah, on the integrator side, we right now on the Nextcloud side, we have this implemented, so you can check that, and it's almost the identical dialog options which is in the Nextcloud settings page and the options page in the file tab. Yeah, and they are the wonderful peoples behind the this wonderful settings dialog. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Szymon Kos, and I will talk about our dialogues. Internally, we call it JS dialogues. It's our toolkit of UI components, which we can use on any platform we are, and also it supports some kind of rendering of the data on the server side, because when we have to touch some details in the document model, it's easier to process everything on the server and just push some notification to the browser with the result. I found the first picture I did of that framework. As you can see on the left side, it's the row structure. The whole idea is that we can reuse the same component on many platforms. So we describe that as a JSON, which then is transformed into something which we can show on the current platform of the user. So for example, on desktop, we will show the dialog, but on the mobile, we will show the touch-friendly small wizard. As you can see, it's much better now. Today, there was a presentation about the recent refresh, so you know how big work was done by our designers to make this looking very well. It all started with the mobile, because we had the mobile application, but users expected to have something more advanced to edit document like on the desktop, but of course we cannot show the full dialogue on the mobile. So we did that conversion as a first step, and then we started to convert all the UI we have also on the desktop to our own toolkit. So we converted we created the tabbed view as a second thing, and then we converted dialogue, sidebars, and later we were focused more on the performance. So we did some better updates. Since the last year, we changed a lot in the topics of accessibility. We got some user feedback, which was applied to make everything look better. And also we did a lot of conversion to TypeScript and some performance improvements. Today and yesterday, there were talks about the accessibility. It was mainly done by Parv to convert all dialogues, which were just images and had no syntax labels, and relation between the widget and the label was not present. And now it's all done and also tested in the automatic way. So we open all the dialogues and check if everything is properly labeled. Today in the morning we had a presentation about the recent improvements in the styling. So if you haven't watched that, I recommend to check the video later after the conference. But one of the most important things was the conversion to TypeScript. Thanks to that, we now have more safe code because we detect problems easier on the development process, not later when it's used. Also, it's much easier to maintain that code, and we could do some improvements in the structure. About performance, we created a new schedule to synchronize the updates of the UI around the document area with the rendering of the document. So we will be sure that everything is smooth and we don't render frame for a too long time. From the new components, we have few more advanced widgets in the tabbed mode, which are the icon views with nice previews. And also conversion to TypeScript was done for the context menus, and also they were rewritten from the external library to our toolkit, so we can now adjust that as we want and better fit into our application. We also did some caching, so we don't have to resend the same JSON from the server. For example, for the sidebar, which is almost always the same, we can just show that from the local cache in the browser. Also, there were some improvements in the logging because debugging of very big JSONs can be hard, so there are new debug tools to show state before and after the update. That's all from me. Thank you.
Hello. So today I'll talk about some of the things we are doing in Cool Controller. Some of you might be aware of the Cool Controller, some of you might not be. The Cool Controller is a sidecar application for Kubernetes deployments. It helps scale Cool smoothly. So there are two main problems we are trying to solve with Cool Controller. First one is region routing. So for example, you can have multiple servers across the globe, like one in Europe, one in America, one in Asia or somewhere.
And the second one is like you can have in one region multiple cool servers running, right? So we are trying to solve these two problems with cool controller. So today's talk will talk about GeoDNS for region routing and internal proxy for intra-cluster routing. Intra-cluster routing is nothing, just a load balancing request between the existing, in the single Kubernetes cluster. So we have been experimenting with different strategies for geolocation. So last year I gave a talk on geolocation based on client time zone. Client based, it is the geolocation works based on the time zone of the browser. So if we have this deployed on a demo server. So if we have 4 demo servers, one in America, one in South America, one in Europe, and one in Asia. So what we do is we ask when user opens a document, we send a request with the time zone, user's time zone to the cool controller. Cool controller knows about the regions and time zone, the time zone on which the cool servers are running. Based on that, it will give you a domain on which client can use that domain to open WebSocket connection. That's how we used to do that last year. So there are 2 disadvantages of this approach. One is like it's not very accurate, right? Doing this based on time zone is not very accurate because from India, for me, if I'm requesting from India, I have 2 options. Either I'll go to Europe or I'll go to Tokyo, right? But the offset, this is decided on time zone offset. So with this code, it will route my request to Tokyo instead of Europe, which is practically near to me, but because of time zone offset, it will route my request to Tokyo. So what we are doing right now is like we are using geolocation based on IP instead of time zone. So it has been done in a layer below the HTTP. So now when there is a DNS query from client, it will send this request to cool controller, which knows about the IPs of the servers, and based on the IPs of the server and client's IP, it will calculate the nearest server, and it will send the IP to that server. That's how it selects optimal server. And the second problem is intra-cluster routing. If you are aware of the setup of cool controller and cool, we do routing based on URL parameter called route token. So what happens is client will send a request to controller. That request to controller will send a token based on the all the requests sent from the client will include that token. Based on that token, ingress will forward this request to a particular pod. The problem with this approach is that not a lot of ingress proxies support routing based on URL parameter. So the setups you can have with this approach is limited. The new model works. It doesn't depend on parameter hashing. It will send the round robin, but so in this case, the ingress won't have anything configured. So when client comes up with the request, it will go to any pod with following the round robin algorithm. But if that pod owns the document, it will open the document on that pod. But if it doesn't own the document, it will ask the cool controller which pod it should go to. and cool control can provide the IP of the pod, internal IP of in Kubernetes cluster, and then it will send this IP to CoolWST. CoolWST will create a tunnel between in this example, pod A and pod B, where pod B is the owner. That's how the data will flow from pod B to pod A, then to client. Yeah, that's it. This is all in testing phase. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Rash. There is a small change in the schedule. So next is that we will have a next group photo in case you were missing from the yesterday one with a different non-purple background for a change. So please do participate in that. Thanks.
Let's go. Everybody over here, put down your food. Step away from the sandwiches. Meine Damen und Herren, Jungs und Mädels, it is time to start. Roll up, roll up. Come and join the greatest show currently in Hamburg. We're only here for one more day. And we are soon going to hear from the lovely Lily about some exciting accessibility news. Come and join, come and join. I will hand over to Lily now.
Great. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, that is very shiny today. Hi all, I know most of you, but yeah, still worth introducing myself. My name is Lily, I'm a project manager at Collabora, and I'm managing different projects, and one of them, and one of the most important one, obviously, is accessibility. Yeah, let me start. So it starts already very good. So BITV, today we're gonna hear many acronyms and abbreviation. So just bear with me. It's all about implementing the BITV 0.2 at Collabora. But what is it exactly? Oh, it's black. Oh, okay, interesting. It's a German accessibility regulation, a standard, that is based on the global VWCAG 2.1, which is a global web content accessibility guideline. And why is it so important? Besides that, we really want to be accessible and help people use our product. It's basically mandatory for public sector, becoming more and more present and important in public sector. So basically it's legally binding and not optional. Which leads, yeah, but what does it require actually? So as mentioned, it's based on that global guideline, and the core principles. The core principle is the web should be usable to everyone, yeah, regardless the ability, the important pillars, but however, in practice, it means the keyboard navigation should work, the screen reader should be compatible, and the contrast and readability should be ensured. And yes, so one thing is a guideline, but and you need to comply, but you should be certified in order to prove that you are really complied. So the framework, again, the global guideline based, then the German law basically, and then there is this certificate or test that defines how to test. And what you need is then an independent compliance verification, a company or a persona who is can audit your product and test against the VWCAG criteria. And but the most important thing is once you get the certificate or the document, it doesn't mean that it's over. It's actually a process that continues for your product. It's like, it's a cycle. You need to be to retest in a few years, but also you need to improve and improve your product and always consider the accessibility part. So yeah, why it matters? Obviously it matters because people really need accessible products, but it also matters on a low level, on a low, so no accessibility, no public contracts, and increasing the legal pressure coming from the EU. And I hear that the Germans indeed are a bit behind compared to some other European countries. So it's mandatory for the public procurement. But let me tell you more about the accessibility journey at Collabora. I think that is the most fun part, to be honest. So the project started back in 2024 or even 2023, end of 2023. We selected a trusted partner, TwinCubes. Actually, TwinCubes is here, so you can reach out and talk to them. So what we did several tests and retests, and every time we thought, oh, nice, now we have a report, we're gonna fix it, we are done, and then we went back, and then we discovered new things, and it was back and forth. Then we changed our approach. Is someone keeping the time? No one. Okay, that's fine. So I'm gonna talk the whole day. So at some point we discovered, oh, we are actually fixing the symptoms. You know, you have a headache, you're gonna just take a pill and then it's over, but the headache is coming back. So then we decided, okay, we needed to rethink the whole structure and architecture, and then what we did is then we implemented automated checks in CI, which is great, which catches really many issues. However, thank you very much, manual testing is still important. But at least we have some good progress there, definitely. Yeah, give me some stats. Let me give you some stats. We fixed over 400 tickets, which is whew. And around 10 engineers worked on this project, and we spent over 5,000 hours. I mean, you can imagine what's the volume and effort it is. Yeah, a lot of fun. But let me quickly give you the most important message for me today is that we are certified. And please clap the hands. Please go ahead, because it's a really big news. It's behind those 5,000 hours and time and emotion spent on it. It's a great news, and it's most importantly, it's great because we got certified yesterday midday, which is, you know, it was, wrap it up. Yes, sure. So my main message is delivered. I really want to quickly, so yeah, Calc and Impress are on the way. However, thank you so much, Quailon, Pat, Henry, Darshan, Rush, Byron, Vivek, Pedro, Banob, Raul, Thibaut, Joe, Esdine, Marco, Andrash, and to TwinCubes, because we received great support. It's a real dark tunnel for you to understand the whole accessibility, so you really need good guidance, good support. Yeah, do reach out to TwinCubes, and you're gonna get great results, hopefully. And great results are coming for us too, because we're gonna certify us for Calc and Impress, and that is coming soon. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, I don't know what Pranam is doing. He's trying to switch to light mode, but I didn't ask for it.
It was not visible for me back then.
Okay, never mind. Well, my slides are not very interesting, by the way, so probably you can enjoy them in dark mode as well. So I would like to talk about our release processes and yes, say some words about the planned future of the release process. So let's start with the past. In 2 years ago, probably, or maybe a little bit earlier, we invented this time-based release schedule, this red code, green code, and Collabora Online release schedule. It means that each rectangle represents 2 weeks. So we start the cycle with the green code, where we include new features or things that are not very well tested. We release the red code, and the community tests it, and there comes the stabilization phase. Again, for 2 weeks, it's called the green code, and then we release the green code, and we start another red cycle. At the same time, from the stable branch, we start to work on the Collabora Online for the customers, and we release it in 2 weeks again, incorporating fixes, and we keep it stable, and if it's needed, we have bug fixes. So the present is a little bit chaotic. Of course, the stable branches are untouched, and we provide stable releases for the customers from the stable release branch, both from the Collabora Online and Collabora Office Classic. However, on the development branch, we had big changes. So first of all, we moved our source code to one place to another. So we have now an own Gerrit server. The next big step was that we had our source code in 5 different source code repositories, and we just unified them into one. And it's still in progress, so we will release the next major version from it, but it's still not completely done. But in the future, we will get back to the regular red, green, Collabora Online cadence, time-based releases. But the news would be that we would use the same code base, the same user interface, and we synchronize the release schedules of Collabora Online, the new Collabora Office, the mobile releases, something that we haven't done in the past. There are many products, many flavors. So the Collabora Online is our flagship product, naturally, but for the Collabora Office, the new Collabora Office, we will have Flatpak and Snap for the Linux desktop. We will have packages in the respective app stores for Windows, for Apple, macOS, and iOS, and for Android. And of course, we keep this older Collabora Office Classic product line. It will be supported for the customers with not many new features, but interoperability fixes, bug fixes, and whatever our customers want to be there. So basically, that's the plan. Thank you. That was all from me. And the next, David Waters.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I need my notes, I'm sorry. All right. Zero exposure. Why we rebuilt our stack with Apache 2 and Collabora, and what our open source program office found along the way. This is what we are going to talk right now. So, and I want to start with a confession. We run sovereign cloud deployments for German public sector customers, really large ones, across those deployments we use, I have to confess, 2 different Office solutions. One of them gives us outages basically every single week. Not occasionally, not sometimes under load, every fucking week. Our ops team has some sort of standing fire drill for it. Expect the building actually is on fire. And when you look under the hood, you actually quite understand pretty easy what the problem is. You have 5 different services. You have a database, you have a message bus, you have a cache, you have a reverse proxy, you have a shared storage, and all that potential failure stuff going around and cascading dependencies and all that kind of stuff. Not a fire drill every fucking week. On the other side, we have also a solution which runs a quarter without any single outage. Well, you had Collabora cool days, and I think you can do the math. And the question is not which suite is more reliable. That's obvious. The question is, how did we end up running both, and what made us finally build an organizational layer to ensure that this is not going to happen again? And when I see the page, I'm going to wrap up a little bit. So we, for those who haven't paid attention, I mean, I hope everybody did, but we have seen that the online collaborating market had kind of disrupted. No, I detonated actually. And someone apparently took someone else's code and actually called it a sovereign European initiative. It's like taking a car and taking the engine out and saying, it's mine. And when the license doesn't comply with that, that's sort of a problem, right? And when then the other vendor says, that's theft what you're doing, it's kind of bringing a problem to the end customers. And the problem for the end customers is actually quite heavy, because when we look at what happened over Europe, when we look at to AGPL and the claim in paragraph 7, it's quite interesting. In 2024, Orange, the French telecom provider, had been charged 800,000 or 800K by court because of damages of AGPL. And the funny thing is, it's not the provider who sold this problem to Orange. It was Orange as the final customer who was responsible for this license issue. We have a similar thing happened in 2013 in Germany, and there the verdict actually says something very easy, and I want to quote it. My vendor told me it was fine, is not a legal claim, right? It was the problem of the end customer. So let's quickly look into the vendor, the customer's perspective. You buy an office and you sign up for, let's say, multi-year contract, and after 6 months, someone says, hey, that's a license violation. And now, kind of shitty, right? Because 800K. And so why am I telling you that? Because we are going to introduce on the 5th of May our open source program office. And what the open source program office actually does is it ensures that those liabilities doesn't end up at the customer. Because an open source program office ensures that 108 repos are ending up in the same legal framework. It ensures that we run compliant on all the other stuff. It ensures that we have enough cadence to work with our partners and our community to do changes. And it also brings some MCP because just it's cool. So I promised something, and I promised to tell you why we ended up to host actually 2 solutions. And we have to go a little bit back in time. And in 2022,
For instance, there are other dates in time where we could also look at. In 2022, there were real feature gaps between Collabora and other solutions. And there was a compatibility gap, and the customer didn't notice. They said, yeah, it looks odd, and yeah, you know, customers. And but today, zero complaints. There is no, it's just, okay, works, fine, cool, let's do it. So, can we call that legacy? Can we agree that running 2 Office solutions is legacy? Yeah, we can, right? Cool. So, this is, you did a great job. Give yourself some applause to make this actually legacy. Come on. So, my deck is called Zero Exposure, and there is something I want to highlight again, because it is important. And yes, I'm talking here about 2 weeks future, but still, Collabora is Mozilla Public License 2, which is a very, very permissive license. Only if you change their files, you actually have to publish their files. This is this is very, very permissive. And this gives the customers such a huge advantage. The legal department, when you purchase software, the legal department doesn't need to check what the license is about, whether they get some liability. They just can say, well, that works. And now, AGPL paragraph 7, which can end up in 800,000 euro fine. And we at Kiteworks do the same with our own cloud, Infinite Scale, and all the other products. Step by step, we will get it to the customer in a permissive license way in the Apache 2 license. So, 2.5 minutes left. I can make that. And I mean, I don't need to, but the other thing I really want to highlight here, and again and again and again, because you do such an amazing job. In other solutions, I can, for instance, bypass the view-only permission just with pressing one single button, because the view permission is enforced on the clients. Not a cool idea. Anyway, I have to admit, for debugging I like it, but yeah. Anyway, May the 5th, the Kiteworks open source program office is going to go live. OwnCloud will be the brand where we consolidate all our open source activities. Not only the open source activities around OwnCloud, also the other products we are going to open source over the next years. And we will put manifestos, policies, frameworks around it. We will retire our CLA instead of a DCO and make the FileSync and Share users again. That's our commitment. Cool. Did I make it? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Let me check who is next.
Thank you. I'd like to talk a bit about our new version, E-groupware 26, and what we did for AI integration. So, in general, first, few topics, E-groupware and Collabora, what we are doing, the apps we have in E-groupware, the new version of 26, and what we did for AI, especially some AI tools, a RAC, REST API, some things we did for the invoice app to scan an image or a PDF and get it into the invoice app. And we integrated Open Web UI for an AI assistant. So E-groupware is based in Kaiserslautern, Germany. We are a service provider and software development company already since 1996. And it's available in the cloud or on-premise. And we do reselling Collabora Online. And the only things we are reselling in regard of Office suites is Collabora. And we also have a Collabora Online SaaS hosting. It can be used also for other solutions. So in regard of the collaboration apps, we are a groupware, or coming from a groupware, so we have the typical groupware things, but we also have a Kanban board, some things for project management, a ticket system, for sure file management and file sharing, not as specialized as OwnCloud or Nextcloud or OpenCloud, but at least some basics. We integrate with a lot of different apps, mostly based on REST APIs, so Collabora Online, video conferencing, Jitsi, Big Blue Button, Rocket Chat. A lot are authenticating using OpenID Connect. And we have typically standard applications like REST APIs, CalDAV, CardDAV, WebDAV, using for connecting with local clients. Come on. Yeah, so E-groupware 26, we have a new, fresh, and responsive design based on web components. You can customize it a lot, dark mode, light mode. We have AI support. You can search either via rec or full text or both. We have some accessibility improvements, not as much as Collabora. And we now do kind of rolling releases, means just a year and a month for new releases coming up. Yeah, so on the left-hand side, you see an image of calendar in dark mode. On the right-hand side, you see the nice up chooser, and you can decide if it should be just icons or icons and text, more in a list, and the integration of Rocket Chat in light mode. So why AI? For sure, everybody does it. And there is a demand for it. And it can be productive, but you need to make sure that the triggers and the workflows are matching what your product does. And because we have large data sets, databases with a lot of data and a lot of confidential data, it's often much easier to search using full text, for example. And because a lot of people are not want to rely on AI being somewhere, we said, okay, it's up to the customers if they want to go for something in-house or something, e.g. as our infrastructure runs at Ionos. We also offer by default Ionos as an AI reverse proxy, if they like to use it. And why did we do it, let's say, step by step? Because there is a lot of data. And as we all know, AI has a good chance by just chatting and prompting to may overcome rules you have been set up. And therefore we said, okay, let's start with safe tools and then enhance it step by step. So full text index and search. So it's much quicker than our legacy search, but users need to adapt to it. And so we also had a lot of customers switching back to the legacy search because they said, oh, it doesn't work for us. People are so used to use the way they search that we don't want to use a new one. Okay, it's up to them, so both is possible. We for sure have some configuration options where you can specify this is my rack, this is the AI model, same for AI tools. So as always, customer can choose what they want to use. First thing what we implemented additional to the rack are the AI tools, which means text tools in all HTML and text fields. So wherever you have a multi-line text field, you have things what you could modify. We now added newly custom prompts, so admin can set up his own prompts for the users and enable it for this application or all applications specific to the needs what they want. We can also configure that translations work either by the AI or by DeepL and which languages the user wants to translate to. You can use it, for example, in incoming mails. Just in the preview, mail is coming in French, but I'm not able to read French, so I'm just translating it to my native language and have it there and answer to it. You can generate reply messages also with your custom prompts, nice ones or more things what you don't want to go for. And for sure you can mark text, fix spelling, fix grammar, make it more formal or whatever you like. So this is just a few screenshots about how that looks for the custom prompts. So you can specify who is able to use it, which application can use it, and the prompt itself. So admin can just try out how it works for him and then give it to some users, test it also, make it more or better, and then before he enables it for everybody. Yeah, some of these translation things, so you just mark the text, translate it, it gets displayed, and you can either replace the text with it or insert before, after, all these kind of things. Thank you. Yeah, so next thing what we did was, I talked last year about our invoicing app, and so we now said it would be really great if you can just upload your invoice and get it into the system. So for sure, if it's an XML invoice, it's not a problem. We don't need AI or anything like that. It just gets imported. But what if you have just an image? It's also not very complicated. You just use the AI and get it into. And with some nice prompting, it can even, like you see it in that invoice, that's an invoice from America with 3 different tax rates, and it managed to get all these things correctly into. It's much harder with PDFs because PDFs can either have an XML included or they have text included, so we're using Apache TCAL for it. But you also experience there are PDFs which does not have images and does not have text in it. And therefore, what we now did as a first step is we using Collabora SDK API. We create an image of it, which for sure only works for the first page because images can't have multiple pages. But then we can scan it with the AI and work on better solutions for really getting the documents into where you don't have text, just graphs in it and still get it interpreted correctly to get it into the invoice. Yeah, so this is how it looks like after doing the scan. Everything is in. And yeah, you can also use the Open Web UI as an AI assistant, just telling that thing, please write me a mail for my best friend, 60th birthday, should be funny, and open it in a new mail. So it puts the text in, opens you the mail directly, so you can read it, correct it, whatever, and send it out. And for sure, as a few things coming up, we also will look into the AI integration with Collabora on that side and get that together with our AI tools. Thank you. Who's next?
Does somebody know where the presentation is copied or the
I think just the next, and then you should.
Your colleague told me they're already on the PC. That's not, no, that's not mine. Maybe this one? Yeah. Here we go. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Christian. I'm from Fabersoft, and we build records management software, especially for the public sector, usually for very big organizations like federal or state level organizations. We are an Austrian company, and yeah, we are just in the progress of integrating Collabora Online into our portfolio, which means we integrate it in our product and also will be hosting it in our cloud services. And today I'm going to give you some very short insights in the progress and where did we start, where do we stand, and what's the next steps. So why integrate Collabora Online at the first place? As you might can imagine, the topic of digital sovereignty or sovereign workplace has gotten really important for our customers. Especially the last government put it in their coalition agreement. So I think it's called Ambitious, Digital and Sovereign. And so it's got really a big topic. And on the other hand, on the other side, first customers from the federal level really came to us and asked for some integration or for some, at least for some alternatives to Microsoft. And the third point was just kind of a lucky one, because we have customers in Austria, they already tried something like that because they tried to use the online editing and co-authoring tool on premise, so to cut out the cloud communication. And there was a product, the Microsoft Office Online Server, and right at the point where we just started the whole thing, Microsoft discontinued the Microsoft Office Online Server, so very good timing. And so that was the kickoff for us to integrate it. How the integration works, pretty easy. I guess it was mentioned a couple of times the last today and also yesterday. It's the WOPA protocol, so I skip it out. I just continue to the timeline. Or just see the black mode just switches the colors a little bit, but I hope you can. No, you can't read it. A little bit strange looking, but I think you can get it. So we started last year with the first contact and came together online with Thorsten, Moritz and Lili von Collabora, and also with the support of Sendis. I think they were here yesterday, and Soprasteria, and made our first call. And for myself, I didn't really know Collabora Online before that. I just, of course, knew Microsoft Office Online, but not Collabora. And I was really, really surprised that Collabora is implementing the WPIC protocols, because in my head it was some kind of closed Microsoft magic, and I didn't know that that it's publicly available. And so it turned out it's not that hard to integrate Collabora, because we already had an integration to Microsoft Office 365 and had a WPIC implementation. And so we just jumped in, tested, debugged some things, because there are some details in the WPIC protocol, especially the security exchange of keys and things like that, very specific topics. And also some specific topics in September about how we do merge metadata information into documents, which is really a big thing for our public customers. But within 2 months, it basically worked. We didn't go too much into details because in the proof of concept phase, you want to get the presentation very fast and can tell your management it works, and it was really, really cheap, and so we go further. And last October, we had our big Fabersoft events in Vienna and in Berlin, and so I was able to present it to our customers and also put it into the perspective of digital sovereignty. And also Thorsten and Moritz were invited and joined us, and we had a little talk and a very interesting discussion, and it turned out that I've never been to Hamburg, so they invited me today to Hamburg. And yeah, and so I'm here today. And at the moment, we're really in the final stages of integrating it. So technically, it's already integrated in the product. And we're in the final stages of the whole contract partnering thing and also take it online in our cloud services. But on my slides, I have the whole year 2026, but it will be the first half of the year. And so I'm very excited if the video is going to work. Oh, someone promised me by their lives yesterday and also today that videos are going to work. Yeah, we can make a poll if this is working, but yeah, what you would see is, or what you see basically, is the Collabora online integration on an iPhone, not on an iPhone, on an iPad, because it's also very important for our customers to have it on mobile devices. So I'm sorry, maybe we can put it online later on that you can, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just short, what was our challenges? Yeah, as I mentioned, it's very important to get a common understanding in the POC phase. What is the goal, and just really focus on that one, because usually you have at some point go to your board and yeah, make some decisions, and then it's a good thing that you really can say we have been fast and we have been cheap and we want to go on. And yeah, have a very specific showcase or test case that you can prove it really. Tackle technical issues really directly between technicians, so that was really helpful. Yeah, clear communication to stakeholders, and as I already told you, initiate the next steps, which is basically go further to integrate it in our portfolio. And yeah, Wobby standard is really a thing. I'm still amazed that yeah, it works really. You know, even if you have implement a standard, if Microsoft involved, you somehow have this thinking about it's not really a standard because it works for Microsoft and not for everybody. But it really worked from the beginning very, very good. We're very excited about the features available on Collabora Online. Yeah, we tackled this really very, very specific thing on doc properties, which is heavily used in our public sector customers. And yeah, the digital sovereignty movement is getting faster. And also our CEO is going to mention it in every situation that digitalization in German is a quote from our board member. Digital sovereignty is basically the important thing now, and we're going forward to position our whole portfolio in this context. So that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now or later. Thank you.
Sorry, it was changed. Apparently not synchronized.
Yes, hello everyone. Going to discuss a topic that has been on the radar for some time. I mean, both Tor and Candy and so on have been talking about this in the Open Matters podcast as well, and there is a section there where they are discussing porting to whatever has a CPU. And yes, that's what this is also covering. So we are going to discuss this port to Sailfish OS, which is a mobile GNU Linux operating system supported by Jolla. But first of all, we are a long-time partner, Free Primary Syndicated, and we are definitely sailing ahoy, all sailors. So I will tell you about the very long journey in the short version and all of the challenges and benefits and where to. We are a social company for hosting and free Libre software. We are also having our own products like FreeBook, which is Libre accounting software and for Swedish conditions. And we're the partner, one of the partners in the Nordic countries. So, we are sailing to Sailfish OS. Hopefully some of you have heard about it at least. It's managed by the Finnish company Jolla and so on. You can read more about it on the sailfishos.org. But what has been happening then? So luckily there's also a machine learning machine, the Jolla Mind 2, which is basically a ROC5 RK3588 based machine, and that was the first attempt to just, can we build it locally on that one? No, definitely not. But at least we found out which libraries were missing and were not available in as packages and so on. So it's already some good progress. The second attempt, which then started after a big sip of air on the 2nd of January this year, and it ended on the 19th of April when I came up for getting rebasing to the monorepo and the new main there. So that has been to cross-compile it, and it's also an SDK where you're using Scratchbox and so on, if or similar. But the cross-compiling on Fedora 43 was the most compelling solution for me at the time. So what we can say is that, Sailfish OS 5, which has been out for the last 18 plus months, is the foundation, and it's lacking Qt6. So yeah, hopefully it will come in one of the coming, and the 5.1 is already branched off, so it's definitely coming very soon. Hopefully the Qt6 support will be there, or in 5.2 later this summer. So there's a lot of other challenges. We have the Sail Yale to take part of the app yailing and so on. And also, of course, the look and feel, because if you have a mobile phone and you have very good design principles where you have the heads up, so you do swipes and you do drags and you have pulleys, and you can pull up and just release, so you don't need to so on. So I wanted to mimic that. So I've been preparing all of the views for this and so on. But yeah, of course, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in the building, and it definitely did after creating a huge autoconf command line to actually just create the makefile. So yeah, there are definitely some huge benefits at least. So we will have the new phone out in this summer where already 12,000 are sold. So it's potentially with the current AA Arch 64 builds, there is a lot of them. But from the beginning, it was the ARM v7 HL, and we are not going to cover that at this stage because we don't know if Qt6 will be available either. But the good thing is that we will have proper editing with a native look and feel for the mobile phone, and all of the things that you expect from a modern mobile operating system will hopefully be there. So where are we now then, and where are we going to? We need to polish up and clean up, make sure that it's robust. I will also talk to Tor and Candy about how to think about, since we are all working in the same repository and are using a bit different strategies to get to the goal of having it working. It's always good to discuss that. So, and it will be only dedicated for models with Qt6 and the ARM v8 first, of course. Because there's also a huge amount of devices there that are community ports, so that they are not supported by Jolla, but from community members. But basically, after a few community meetups I will have in the coming months, just to have some deadlines for me to actually get this out. And I will also try to write a blog about it, yes. So it's still some challenges for me to wrap around the Gerrit and the monorepo change, but hopefully after my first commit about a few weeks ago, just to make sure I was on the right branches and so on. This will be a huge step forward, and you can, of course, also find more information about us and our offerings on our website. And as of yesterday evening, you can also find the live stream from yesterday on our PeerTube, since we are hosting all of the Collabor Office official channels there on our PeerTube. You can find the URL here. And yeah, basically that's it. And I hope you know where to sail next time. And I hope you get a device, because it will be awesome.
So if somebody can fix the dark mode into light mode, that would be great. I have no idea how to do that. So.
Test, test. Yes. Ah, oh, that's here. There's a table also, Bill? No, that's here. Should I? Okay. Hello. So, I'm Ulrich Wohlfeld, or just call me Uli. I'm from the ECMind from Switzerland, and we are a very new partner from Collabora. So 6 weeks maybe, I guess, something right. So, and it's so close that I'm the technic guy, have to go here and make the presentation. So, yes. It works. Okay. I think because I sent a technic guy, I'll go this part very fast. What we see, and Michael, I think, for example, yesterday already talked about, is that we have the problem at the moment, we are in the public sector, that the customers not only are using proprietary software, that's not a problem for us, we are also working with proprietary software, but they also move everything in the cloud. And that's, for us, a big problem, because we have the problem that they have the risk that they can lose everything. And if we're in the public sector, and they have this concentration, everything on hyperscaler, legal problems, that if they are shut down, there is not a second public sector. So if they are away and you are here in Hamburg, you can go to Berlin to do your city stuff. So that has to work. Yes, that's everything's already told here. So let's go to the. So we're from Switzerland from 2014, and since 2024 we have also a part in Heidelberg. And we are ECM specialist, and ECM stands for Enterprise Content Management. I'm not sure if that's totally clear. That means, in the end, archiving, one part, then document management, so creating, modifying, working with documents, with write system. And it's a ECM, it's also with workflows. So you have also workflows for document 4i system, 6i system to approve documents and stuff like this, or incoming documents. And what we are doing is where we came from, we are extremely customer-driven company. We came from the technical consulting, and do also application management support, and now, that's why I'm here, we make much integration in products, because the customer wants to do it. And we ourselves are working mainly in the Germany, Austria, Switzerland sector, especially for the tax administration. So we have 6 tax administrations in Switzerland, and now we are also involved in the German tax administration as a product. And we are working with because we are not living in thin air, we are working in the network of Optimus Systems with the Enayo product and the Momentum product. Optimus System is a company from 1991, and it's now part of Coursera. They have round about, that's the lowest number I found, 2,300 installations at customers, mainly in the public sector also, but also industries. They have many, many partners, and we are one of these specialized partners here. And what we are planning now is that we are the customers. So where's the guy who makes the Open Desk project? I'm not sure. They're making a very good job. So the customers came to us and want to have now also a collaborative integration. So we will do this because that's a really good idea. And we already starting the last 6 weeks to implement. And what we have finished already is we're implementing the WP API, or the basics of the WP API. So we can edit documents, open documents. We have the log mechanism and the security system, so that works. We have the integration at all, so it works already in the clients, in the web client, rich client. And the more important thing why I'm here is that we want to check what we can do also with Collabora, because we have expectations from our customers, and we want to try to implement it. So one part is that we need a template management system. So that every customer has a different logic, how they're working, which template they want to use in which context, want to pair based on roles, based on groups, and based on context. And we have to implement this one. We have to, we want to make a deeper integration. What we already do with other products is we want to have a review mode. That's a point I think everybody else also needs this. That if you have a workflow and you have one person who create a document, you have a 4i system, the second person has to review, but they have to be enforced that they're only working in this changed management mode, and you can't leave it. So they can just remove something and just disappear the text, they need it, and then come back to the author, they see the changes, they can commit it or refuse it. We need a feature, or we have to implement, and that's also interesting with Collabora, versions and variants. So we need a feature that the versions of the document have to be tracked, and the variants, that's you're creating a tree of document versions with different persons working on the document, so you can switching to the variants, and of course the form feature also. So if it's possible, Collabora, I'm not totally sure at the moment. We also want to have the form mode, so only the form fields are available. You can't modify the document itself. That's our next steps. Then the next feature, that's the most important for us, is the data merge, and I think I talked to many people about this already. That's a screenshot from another product, but the idea is the same here for Collabora, that we want to have the possibility to create a content controls in the document, and a three-step process, or two important steps. One, that administrators can, creating a document, define which information has to be added. With this, so it has to be by the customers or by the administrators from the customer himself, graphically, so they can add fields and define which information has to be added here, and creating a template out of this. And then, in the next step, the normal user can just, in the context, create the correct template and can data merge all the information live in the browser. And you can see just, whoop, it's filled. And if you see some metadata in the context are not correct, just updating, the document will always updating without leaving the document, reopening the document, just live. And I think we have a good possibility that we can implement this. Have some discussions about this, but I think Stefan, for example, the last presentation was very interesting. So I think we can implement this. And what I want to discuss is, why I'm here, so I already do it. What you're already implementing here, what technical options we have to do it, and how I can implement this stuff. Do you have questions? No. Okay.
Yes, but like we are ahead of schedule, so if somebody is watching that like remotely, it wouldn't be good to start before. But like Darshan is switching it to the light mode, I think. So, thank you. Is it all right? Stage if you want. I didn't want to discourage you. Just
when it's time for the people to listen.
I think.
Hi, my name is Filippo Lorenzo, and I'm here to talk to you about digitalizing the Nordics. I come from a company called Red Pill Lean Pro. We are in Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, and we've been working with open source for about 30 years. I'm here to talk to you specifically about digital collaboration, even if Red Pill Lean Pro is doing a lot of other things regarding open source. But I am working directly with Collabora and Nextcloud and RocketChat and a lot of these digital collaboration solutions to help our clients, especially in government, migrate away from Microsoft or Google Workspace. So we have a vision for our clients, a vision that we've ourselves been experimenting with for many years. We use a whole bunch of open source collaboration tools internally in our company, so we know it works. And we want our clients to have good digital collaboration. We want them to have full control over their data. We want them to be able to upfill GDPR and other European legislations, and we want them to use open standards, of course. And we're doing this especially with governments. So we're trying to do this for enterprise or high security environments. I will bring to you two examples of two clients that we're working with and have been working with for many years. One of them is in the education sector. They have a big need to collaborate with other universities and schools, and they lacked a solution that they could all collaborate in. And so what we did was we helped them with a Nextcloud and Collabora implementation that we are hosting ourselves in our data center because GDPR was an important aspect for them. And so they've been doing all the collaboration for several years in Nextcloud and Collabora. And actually our biggest, yes. And so they open their documents directly from Nextcloud into Collabora. They edit their documents directly. And then when they save, obviously, it's automatically saved in Nextcloud. I'm sure you've seen it before. Another example is, and here is how it looks like, Nextcloud, and then navigating in the folder structure, and then opening documents directly in Collabora. Another example that was actually a new use case for us this year is a client that's been using Alfresco for many, many years. I don't know if you know Alfresco. It's a little bit more old school than Nextcloud. And they've been using it for years, and they love it. And so when trying to analyze the best path forward for them, replacing their entire document structure and everything and migrating to a new solution was not the best. And so what we recommended to them was that they would integrate Alfresco with Collabora, but there was no integration. So there's two versions of Alfresco, Alfresco Share and Alfresco Digital Workspace, and there was no integration for the version that they're using. So we actually integrated their Alfresco with Collabora. It's open source, so it's available for everyone to use if they would like. We're also maintaining this integration, so for this client. And they're actually loving it because they love Alfresco. They just really wanted a way to be able to edit their documents online. So this was a very low threshold solution for them. And they're very, very happy about this. And so they're using Alfresco. They love the metadata capabilities of Alfresco, which are very strong. They're now using Collabora Online to edit all their documents. And we just built a simple integration. I didn't make it, but it can't be that hard. A simple integration where they are able to open their documents directly from Alfresco. It will open up in Collabora as, you know, a lot of the solutions that you guys have been seeing today. So it's been working very well for them. These are just two examples of what we're doing for some of our clients in the Nordics. We are really hoping that they're satisfied, they have more control over their data, they have possibility to collaborate online, which a lot of governments don't do, at least in the Nordics. I don't know how it is in your countries. And we're helping them reduce their reliance on American cloud solutions. And actually, our biggest challenge so far has not been migrating users to open source. It's been that a lot of governments have Microsoft Office templates from the 90s that they've just kept fixing every time Microsoft does a new release instead of doing new templates. And so when they're trying to work with this, things don't work well, not even in Microsoft itself, let alone in Collabora. But we're finding ways forward, but that's the biggest challenge so far. So if you would like to connect with me, here's a very high-tech QR code, or you can use the email address, or you can catch me during one of the breaks. So thank you so much.
We are even further ahead of the schedule, which is like totally unexpected. So, well, if you have anything more you would like to add, like you are mostly welcome. So, I don't know, like I suppose like it is being streamed, right? So it would be better to be on schedule. Keep going. Okay. Then go for that. Go for that.
With the mic. Oh, sure. All right. I'm here to talk about. Let's see if I can click next here. Yeah. I'm here to talk about from draft to decision and how sovereign document collaboration happens within the Danish Ministry of Digital Affairs. Just a bit about myself. I'm the CPO of Cbrain, which is a Danish ECM vendor. We have heard a lot about Nextcloud, ECM Mind, and other vendors here have defined the ECM space pretty nicely. So I'm not going to maybe repeat that. But we've been doing this since 2005, and we started with an ECM product targeted ministerial departments, mainly focusing on traditional document and case and document management and communication. And then later we have added a process layer with self-service application processes in order to target citizen services and application forms that the agencies that use our platform can use to build process end-to-end. And then later here, we've started to work ourselves into in the ECM platform, also to have a lot of registry support and how to mass build and mass blast documents out to citizens to which we process cases about. So this has been a long journey, and as it may resonate is that for a long time, Microsoft Office have been the only way for people to edit documents in this space. If we look at it, what dominates the Danish and maybe the European sector right now is digital sovereignty. and at top level, top management level, in most organizations in Europe, and especially in the Danish government and local authorities, they are very much looking into how they can architect their IT platform with, in order to enable them to have full strategic freedom about their platform. They're also doing it to have better risk management in terms of if somebody pulls the plug or changes license terms to not to their benefit. And they are looking very much into architecting their IT systems in order to have reduced vendor login and to have, and of course, to build their IT systems to have a long-term digital robustness. What we see is that the EU have defined a pretty good strategy framework, which is being applied within public sector, especially in Denmark, where when they procure new systems and ECM platforms, they very much look into how the strategic setup is about the vendor. Is it European hosted, based? Does the legal side of things allow them full control? Do they have full control over their data and AI? Do they have full control over where the applications are being executed or operated? Do they own the supply chain of the stack from hardware to the end user? And do they have freedom in the technology choices behind it? And can they control the security physically and within the applications? And does it run in a performant way so we can call it sustainable IT? These kind of things is what we see in procurement requests coming from the public sector. And we have designed our platform, of course, to address all these kind of things. And Collabora is a very important part for us in executing this strategic vision and implementation framework across the public sector. In the public sector, we have been running since last summer a project with the Danish Ministry of Digital Affairs, where they have applied Collabora as part of their ECM platform and support a very complex workflow, which also involves our Minister of Digital Affairs, Caroline Stage. So she's herself have been part of this testing setup. So of course, when we go into this is what the government is really focusing about. They're doing this in order of, they have just, let's say, was forced to do a new 4-year license renewal with a big American vendor, as we know. And in order to protect themselves for the future, they are now looking into alternatives for how to design workloads and workflows that are not totally isolated on one particular big tech vendor. So a lot of my fellow colleagues here today have talked a lot about how the technical parts of these things work. And I'm not actually going to jump into much technique, but want to show the end user experience of all this. And what I have here is that I want to explain a bit how a ministry work and how important document collaboration actually is in that workflow. So if we see it, and also what is part of this big project is that, of course, you create a new document. But creating a new document starts with a template. And is that template a docx file? Is it an ODF file? Is it an old doc file from the year 2000? There's a lot of legacy templates running inside these systems, and it might happen on a Windows PC. The next thing is that given a new document is being created, a collaboration happens between this. Imagine this being a new national digital strategy for Denmark. It's not one user writing that. It has enormous, a lot of contributors. And the workflow that we are supporting is going across a lot of different platforms. Some users are on Windows. Some users are on Linux. Some users are on an iPhone or an iPad and contribute to this big strategic document that needs to be passed further along for political decision. So after such a document has been produced, it goes into an approval flow. And one user may start this workflow and set up a big chain of approvers. And the first approver may be on Windows, the next may be on Linux, web. And the final approver may be the minister, where the minister typically is on the go, is on the plane, is in Europe, European Commission, talking about digital strategy across Europe, also in Berlin. And she brings her iPad and, of course, are being suggested this document, and she will approve it and annotate it, but she may not be writing in the document herself. She may, and she may not. It may be a combo. Maybe scribbling few notes on the iPad with an Apple Pen, and maybe writing a new big paragraph. And after that, we go into the finishing part, where a secretary or office chief may take her comments and produce the final report, again on a new platform, until we're done. So hopefully we will see this now working in a small video. So here we see what happens, creating documents and selecting templates, finding the right template within the platform, creating a document, giving it a name, clicking create, and it was Office. Let's not show that. Wrong video. It should be the hopefully the Collabora way of creating it. Yeah, let's see. Wrong video again. It was because I didn't click the button. Okay, this video shows the Collabora way of creating the document. And you can see Collabora is previewing it and create the document. And there we go. Collabora turns up. It's great. So further along, the co-authoring part kicks in, and people collaborate on it. So here on the left, we see a web-based client opening up the document from, in this case, a web-based Linux. Somebody writing here, while at the same time working in the Windows client, but opening Collabora and working seamlessly side by side. So pretty cool, and it really enables and makes some pretty impressive fast-forward production scenarios in that case, which has not, they have been used to, let's say, step-by-step editing. They haven't been used to doing same-time collaboration, so this is a big step forward. So after that, of course, we go into it's not shifting my slides. okay, we start the approval. So this is just a flow within our platform that the user can set up an approval flow. You can set up the entire chain of who's approving the document. Of course, we're just adding a lot of people here. So going through a different set of people, a different set of users. And when you start actually working within the approval flow, we trigger that the document actually starts up in track changes mode. And because we have that integration with Collabora, we can actually support, let's say, a collaboration scenario in and outside a workflow and maintaining a great deal of traceability in the entire stack. And jump to the next one here it's also a collaboration which happens within the workflow where you can chat to different people, get them involved, and in the end, if I can shift to next slide. I have a few, let's see if I can, yeah, okay. The next slide, once the video is done, should show me the minister working on the iPad, annotating the document, but it's not possible for me to shift the next slide. It's pretty bound up to the video recording here. But here we are. So in the final steps, the minister, work on the iPad and edit the document, have the save changes, can annotate the document by actually annotating a PDF version, and in the end, they compare the two files and can edit the final document and see, okay, the minister actually asked for deleting the logo and hit save. Of course, it's a bit constructed, this workflow, but it demonstrates how actually that you can work with documents on multiple platforms and having a very seamless, frictionless collaboration happening from the draft to the final decision, and Collabora enables our platform to support this cross way of working. So organizations can actually maintain their freedom of choice. So what you just seen here is actually digital sovereignty in practice, where we are not rejecting technology, but enabling a real choice in the hands of the users. That's it.
Thank you very much. That looks nice. Thank you very much. Hello. Yeah, let's start. I want to talk about open desk related projects going on in Germany, especially Northern Westphalia. Let's start with some details. Oh, takes a little bit. Yeah. I was part of the initial Phoenix project happening at Dataport, and there was as a partner manager and helped onboard every customer they had on this solution. So I had some real life experience where the problems is how to make data migrations and all the stuff inside this project. And as at Sendis, they took over the whole program from Dataport, named it Open Desk. I supported them also to get over all the customers, do the next migrations and all the stuff, taking care of data protection and all this stuff. And at the moment, I'm heavily involved in the KRZN. It's an entity in Northern Westphalia who also try to achieve a digital sovereignty solution based on the same components as OpenDesk. But they don't name it OpenDesk, they name it Nova. And let's skip this here. So, but when you take a look in all these projects, you quickly realize that there are some competitors who come up with CloudWorks and OpenDesk and Nova, and basically the same components under the hood. So what we figured out at the moment, it is very helpful that we not stick to these product names, which says nothing, but focus more on the components under the hood, like Collabora, like Nextcloud, UCS of course, and Open Exchange. So, as we see it at the moment, there are some naming conventions happening, Nova, OpenDesk, CloudDesk, but we want to shift the focus on that because Germany is a heavily fragmented market in the public hand. And even when you go to a state like Northern Westphalia, there are countless entities, about 60 entities who try to achieve the same. And when we have some assemblies and we tell them, oh, we are using Nova now, nobody reacts. But when we came to the details, oh, it's an Ox, it's a Nextcloud, it's in Collabora, they all say, oh, we also do Nextcloud, we also do Collabora. And so some real collaboration happens because they don't know what the others are doing exactly with their project. And now we make this habit official, that we say, oh, we don't care about the names itself, but we focus on the underlying software. And by doing so, we enable them to find together and get the whole sovereignty thing about Northern Westphalia in the end, because they are realized they are working on the same projects, even if they don't know it. And that's our help at the moment. So, yeah, there's sometimes a myth that they implementing an open source user interface, yeah. But and they want to escape the vendor login, of course, yeah. And they somehow relying blindly on external providers because they have no real information who can help them. And so we try to do it or enable them to do it themselves. Even Northern Westphalia, they will not go to the cloud, they do it in their own computing capacity. And we are at the moment showing them how to do it, yeah? And how they can run the software stack by themselves and then sell it to their customers inside the public entities. And that's what we're actually doing. And of course, there's always a misconception that open source is the answer to digital sovereignty. When you go to the political decision making, that's very simple. They say, oh, we just switch to open source and then we are have digital sovereignty. And of course, there are more dimensions to it. Yeah, you want to run it's in your own data center. Yeah, you want to control the technical stack, as we heard before, in Denmark. You want to choose where to go in the cloud and what's about your strategic operations and readiness. Are you enabled to make your own decision how to do it? And of course, are you using open source software and keep it open? And by doing so, we write a concept there, or I write a concept for them, how to transport that to all the entities in Northern Westphalia. Because there, when you go on the low level in the cities, or they don't care especially about digital sovereignty, they have real problems to solve. our Microsoft licenses are too expensive, what can we do? And then we explain them, hey, you can switch to Collabora and have mainly the same functions, but it will help you also achieve digital serenity, and then they like it, yeah, and do it. But it's a very small, detailed work over years, because there are countless entities, even in Northern Westphalia, and you have to visit them one by one, and there's no overall software solution or anything that covered all for them, so it's more process than a project. Yeah, and of course, as you can see, we rely on 4 load-bearing pillars. Of course, we have UCS Nubus for identity management. Yeah, then we have for communication Open Exchange and DAVCAT server. Most of them have already DAVCAT servers. They are not coming all from Microsoft. They are maybe have open source solutions by years. Data control Nextcloud, of course, and Collabora Online to edit the documents. So, and we start with Nubus, everybody knows, I think, from Univention. Then we have this Nextcloud Open Exchange thing going on. And of course, because we do it in their own data centers, we can assure that no data leaves their data centers, and all members of the NDB, so we have a big layer of security there. And when we then switch the data from the Nextcloud Vault to Collabora Online, it's always safe, because it's not in the cloud, it's in their own data center. And of course, one that makes it additionally complicated in Germany is they all have, let's say, the German word Fachverfahren. They're very specific pieces of software that were developed only for one special entity, and you have thousands of them. And the big thing is to bring all these special things somehow in this software stack. And we try to do it, but I think that's the most complicated process, how to attach all this special software maybe to Collabora or Nextcloud or like that. We try to get Fabersoft on board, and because they're using rightly Fabersoft in Northern Westphalia and the east part. And so we, at the moment, try to use this integration that you can edit Fabersoft documents in in Collabora Online, and that would help a lot to achieve it. Yeah, and then you need, of course, operative serenity also, so that we do some nice testing with AI in terms of does the platform as a whole function from the user experience. So we programmed an agent that click on the application as people would do, and then we get a report if it's all the functions like that. It's very impressive and works very well. And the most important thing is that Serenity is a capability, not a switch. So it's an ongoing process, and it's not achieved by just exchange some software, but keeping it to the process, create the foundation, developing the parts, and then roll it out to hopefully whole Northern Westphalia, and from there to the other states as well. Yeah, thank you very much. That's it, basically.
It works. Good afternoon, everybody. Great to be here at Cool Days. And today I'm going to speak about how the licenses market is changing in the Netherlands.
So I'm not going to talk about what we do at Easy Data. I start with something very shortly how we start our business. My name is Rob Kammerlink, and I started the company Easy Data in 1999, and we started office automation in that days. That was that people are behind their computer, they're printing documents, and those documents are printed to a big device that's called a multifunctional in that time. And when you have the document printed, you're going to work with it, or it's going to come to another location to more or less the same device. It's going to be scanned again, and then the data from the paper is extracted again. And that's where we came in these days. So you can imagine in the last 25 years, our product portfolio changed a bit. Today we are a cloud company. And for what we're doing on the Dutch market, I go a couple years back in time. In 2023, when we go to governmental organizations, basically the question was, is our service compliant? Are we ready for GDPR? Can we connect to the reasonable and everybody accepted Microsoft Cloud? And we are in business. In 2024, I saw a bit of a change. In that time, we needed to sign an SLA with an exit chapter. So the customer was already preparing to stop with doing business with Easy Data. They wanted to have a specific chapter, what to do when we stop doing business with them. And that mood continues. Today, I get questions as, are we working in a European data center? Are we an own European software vendor? Luckily, we are. So a lot of these questions I can answer in a positive way. So the moves for software development in Europe, open source, closed source, different versions is there at the moment. I see big changes already going on. And that's, for me, an important step to become a partner of Collabora. I need to survive, exchange my product portfolio, not only to data capture and data science, so bluntly saying, putting the data back in a computer, but extend it to a more complete portfolio. That's why I'm looking for partners who are helping us with that. In the Netherlands, we see one very positive mood. That's what we call common ground. I can also talk for hours about that, but very shortly. If you, as a vendor, can show to, in this case, the municipality, that you are really delivering efficiency to them at a good price below, say, the tender level, you are basically in business. So we extended our business pretty well in local governments in the Netherlands, based on that we are Dutch-based, make a lot of our own algorithms, and are compliant with those rules. Naturally, there are some hurdles on the way. We do pretty complex data science solutions, and for a lot of clients, we deliver the results to Excel. I know that can be better, but that's what my clients prefer. Also a reason to connect to Collabora. It's my plan to not deliver it to Excel anymore, but to deliver it to Collabora. Like I said, what we do is data capture and data science, and that's part of the product cycle. What I want to do is I want to deliver the complete document life cycle to our clients. I cannot do that by myself. And sure, there are people in the audience who can also do data capture and data science. We believe that we are the experts in it. We can do what other people think that's impossible. That's what we do. And I'm looking for partners who can help us on that part where we don't really accelerate, where they are the specialists. And that's why I see collaboration, to keep it in the same type of words, to extend our marketing base to new channels. So We are in the capture and processing part. Collabora is about the displaying part and collaborating on the documents. And then we go to the next part. And yeah, that's where we need partners for. We are, in the coming time, very interested in market consultation. So it's when clients are thinking about something, when governments thinking about something, and they ask the market about how our opinion is, how we want to make it work. We already won some interesting contracts based on successful market consultation. So we convert a market consultation in a proof of concept that really is delivering something. And then we are getting further on the road, and when it's coming a tender, it's very likely that we win it. The best way is, in my proposition, is not to have a logo from one of our big clients, but work together with vendors like you. So we work together on a system, on the complete document lifecycle, the workflow, from the beginning to the end, where we can prove that we are actually giving a better result than the usual suspects. So my message today is that the window is open for a change. I'm not going into deep to all the geopolitical changes that we see today, but this is the moment where we can all act. This is the moment, the coming years, where contracts are signed for new platforms for decades to come. So if we want to be sure that we are going to keep our company sustainable over the longer time, then I strongly believe that this is the moment where we should all work together, bring really useful solutions to our clients, to our local governments or central governments, and make a decent living out of that. That's in very short. And Jan, I think in the time, what I want to have to say about it, and I hope to be next year back, and then I tell something about what we at Easy Data really do. But I think that this is the most important message for today. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, hello everyone. My name is Michael from Twin Cubes, me and David. And a couple of hours ago, Lily already spent some time talking about accessibility and providing you some information about what it is and how important it is. She mentioned WCAG guidelines, she mentioned ITY law, and so on and so on. I'm happy as well that we have some laws, but to be honest, from my point of view, it's important for everyone in this room, probably not today, not tomorrow, but all of you are getting older. And that means at some time of your life, you will be affected. Probably you will have a tremors, probably you will have some cognitive disabilities or something else. Or probably if you use a Bluetooth mouse, suddenly Bluetooth doesn't work. And you need to use a keyboard to use your application. And you don't need to be an expert in accessibility, like me or David or some other guys. On your own, you're able to do some simple tests. Just forget that you have a mouse, forget that you have a trackpad. Try to use your application just using the keyboard. Try to do the same things you do every day. Another way is to see how people who are probably blind or visually limited to use your application is using the screen reader. And there are free screen reader which is available or which are part of operation system like VoiceOver on Mac or NVDA or Windows Narrator. Just close your eyes, start screen reader, and try to hear what happens. Will you understand what is a button, what is a link, is your menu is open or closed? And those simple tests could be executed by all of you, and then you will feel and know where you are and how other people are feeling using your software. I don't know if it's going to work, but I will try, use a screen reader and give you a feeling how it works. At least I hope it's going to work.
Safari. Skip to main content button. Go to Files, Link Apps, Applications menu, Navigation, Landmark, Files, Current Page, Visit Photos, Link.
So that's how screen reader works. So that means for screen reader users, it's important to get some information from you. It's a role of the element, it's a name of the element, it's a status of the element. If this information is not there, your application couldn't be used. So then let's move further. Collabora and TwinCubes. Lily already mentioned that we started our journey, I guess it was 2024 or end of 2023. At this time, we supported already Nextcloud on their way to accessibility. And I guess, Lily, it was you who contacted us. Yeah, exactly. And asked for support. And since then, I don't know how many tests we already executed, how many dev sessions with developers we did. But at the end of the day, I'm really proud to say that yesterday, yes, it was yesterday, we achieved the point where we would say that the writer is almost accessible. For such kind of high complex application, it's hard to say if it's fully accessible, but accessible from my point of view that the people with disabilities are able to use it without limitation. And it's really a huge achievement, and I would really thank the whole team of Collabora for the time they spent, for the passion, and I hope that in the future they will continue in the same way. But it's not at the end of the story. About the TwinCubes, I will say a couple of words later. The accessibility is not just a project you start and you end today. It's a journey which is going to continue all the life cycle of your product, starting at the beginning and ending if the product is stopped, closed, or removed. And you need to understand that to make your products accessible, you need to change your processes like Collabora team did. Yeah, you need to make sure that you start with accessibility during the planning of the project, during the planning of your product, moving to design, moving to development, and making sure that in every step you have quality gates which focus on accessibility. You need to create accessible libraries. You need to make sure your employees are taught and know what accessibility is, how to develop accessible code, and how to test it. We as TwinCubes support organization on this way, providing testing, providing trainings, development sessions for every kinds of applications. It doesn't matter it's a web application, desktop, mobile, or it's some kind of document like PDF documents. We are able to support you, and I would really recommend you to think about making the stuff accessible, because new laws are coming, people are getting older and older, you know this, and it's really important that the topic of accessibility is not going to be lost. Because if you change your processes in the right way, you don't need to pay more money for development. It will be part of your development pipeline, and at the end of the day, you will have more customers as love them. So for Collabora team, I guess the next steps we are going to do together is to get Impress and Calc fully accessible. It will take some time, but how I know the collaborative team will achieve it soon in the next probably weeks or months. And then there are new features, as I know, in the pipeline. At least I saw today an AI chat, which has to be accessible as well. So, yeah, hopefully we will get everything accessible. Thank you very much.
And that's, I believe, it for this round of sessions, and back at 6 o'clock, 16 o'clock, so 4 o'clock.
Hello, everybody. Round up, round up. Come back and join the fun. We've run out of good presenters, but we found some chap from a horse farm in the south of England, and he's going to talk about AI.
Fantastic, fantastic. And then you have to work out what to press. Please do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Well, welcome everyone. Wonderful to have you back after lunch, dinner, tea, lots of breaks. Good. So who do we have here? Let me look at all of you lot. You're very attentive. This is excellent. So I'm going to talk a little bit about AI. Before I talk about AI, you should be aware that I'm a total fraud. So most of this work was done by Rash, who is a hero. So thank you, Rash. I don't know where he is, but woohoo! Rash. Excellent. So there you go. I'll remind you of that again at the end. So, so there are really two ways that we can integrate AI. And I'll talk, so one of them is this thing that sits on the side. Well, maybe there are three ways of doing it. So one is this thing that sits on the side and you chat to. And we're very used to that from the sort of chat GPT world, aren't we? Of, a website you go to and it tells you things. Now, obviously, you can do a lot more than that because they're integrated with a document, which is great. But then there's also sort of putting AI all over the place in the application everywhere, which is where it would be most useful, which is probably not in a separate place in a sidebar. So there's some of that going on as well. But then there's a wholly different way of doing it, which is this MCP endpoint. What is an MCP endpoint, you're going to ask me? And so this is a way for an AI to do fun things with documents without anyone seeing what it's up to, So you can provide APIs that the AI will then be able to extract text out of documents, convert them, and we'll see some of that happening and talk about that with security there. So this is really inside the editing session, and this is remote controlled. So, here's a picture that shows that. Look at that. Aha. So we have a browser, and then, Calabra Online, and you can see it, all the editing going on, or we can shove it in. And we use a very similar API in between. There's a very simple API for doing chat that we reuse for that. So here's some pictures. This is what it looks like. I should point out, this is coming in 2604, I think, mostly. Woohoo, which is really soon now. I think we have a beta out. Do we have a beta out? I need Andrash to confirm on this. But either way, it's really getting there. So very soon this will be there. And we have a whole series of fun things to do here that people often want to do. So for example, I rambled a lot and no one's going to understand it. Can we shrink it into something short? I like this button. A lot of content that I read these days seems to have had the opposite of this button. I've written a very small amount of text, please turn it into a long rambling thing, and that makes my life really horrible. But there you are, make the tone more professional, or boring, as it's known. Or rewrite it in a more casual, friendly way, fantastic. So there are a whole number of these pre-canned prompts, and if you want more, there's more. So these will be translated into your language, obviously under the hood. They're English prompts, but they will reply in your language, obviously adapting your text. And that's pretty cool. So that's one thing that's important. There's some other things here like, finding formula errors. And we have some things here that look for statistical problems in your data. Like, is the distribution of digits what we'd expect in real world data? Or is it fraudulent? That's pretty cool, isn't it, right? And there are various laws that you can say, this looks a little bit dodgy. Anyhow, so there's some good things like that. What else? Create a slide, do all sorts of fun things there. Now, there's also these bits at the bottom. So there's the EU AI Act goodness here. So it says, content generated by an external AI service, tells you what it is, please review before use. Good advice, huh? A human should check it. But better than that, we have this traffic light system. We have a red, orange, green type traffic light. And we want to try and clue the user into the fact that some AI usage is much safer than others. So, this is for the local, on my system, not sharing my data with the world. And this is for the, it's a disaster, we're posting it to America and who knows where it goes, right? And somewhere in between is the orange one. I forget how this works. But this is probably quite good, and possibly we should make this much more visible. I don't know, at least the option to make it more visible. Because sometimes you have a very low-grade thing. You're writing a poetry, you know, you're writing a poem to your spouse about your deep love and appreciation of them. And actually, the Americans are very welcome to know that, and or you know, the Russians, whatever. Like you're not, no shame there. And other times you might be writing about, you know, some deeply secret, you know, weapons system, and then you really don't want to do this. So how does this work? Well, hopefully you heard Miklós's talk about Markdown earlier, which was awesome. The great joy of Markdown is that it's really hard to screw it up. So, you know, if you're an AI, you don't need to worry about closing a tag at the end of something, which you're liable to forget to do quite often, right? So you just put a little code at the beginning of the line, and the end of the line can look after itself, right? So this is very nice for all sorts of things. Just have these very simple control codes in the text. And so that's why I would argue AIs do this because, yeah, it's hard to get it quite as wrong as you can if you have lots of structure and nesting and interrelation. So we have some nice filters to this for Writer, Impress, and Calc that are new. And yeah, this is all there. Of course, it's relatively limited, but the good news is it matches styles. So, you know, we can match the document styles. And actually, it's quite interesting. If you look at what Microsoft have done with copy and paste, there was a huge amount of work done to make sure that when you copy something from one document and you paste it into another, it brings all of the styles of the original document. And the net result of this is that over a long period of time, you pile up thousands of different styles for weird documents you've copied and pasted from. And when you look at the document, you're like, why is this font size ever so much smaller on this line than this line? The whole thing looks horrible. So actually, more recent Microsoft Offices have thrown this all away, having written it all at great length and tried to make it work for years. And they go, let's just really aggressively try and use the document styles instead. And so, of course, Markdown has nothing complicated about it at all, really. But we can try and reuse those things as we come in. So it's actually quite a nice fit, and actually can make quite nice-looking documents. So you can see some stuff here. We've selected this, and one of the nice things about IA is typically it's working on a selection. And so we've said, you know, make it more concise. And so, ironically, it's actually made it longer, has it? Well, anyway, so you can press a button here and then push it straight into your document. Obviously, we've had the famous Beaver image generation. I think images are... I was really impressed with the images earlier from the castle images that we have from Elia, which just looked beautiful, didn't they? And you might wonder, how is it that this comes back under the hood? This is all a base 64 encoded PNG, I'm told. You know, it comes over the wire in the latest of high-tech formats. Lots of text going down these wires. So I think we talked a little bit about this, you know, trying to work out what is wrong with my formula, and which can be quite complicated. You know, you can have broken your formula 5 levels deep, you know, and it's somewhere down there. Although, actually, we had very exciting, a new contributor to our project, contribute something that tells you when you break the formula, rather than when you discover you've broken it 100 operations later and you can't undo it anymore, which is kind of useful. So there's a new feature there with a pop-up bar that'll go, you did know when you deleted that column, it broke all of those formulae over there, that sort of thing. Maybe you want to undo that, or would you like to go and see those references? But that aside, it's quite helpful then to be able to come and see some of these things and debug them. And then help inspect it with a function wizard. There's some other nice bits out there just to make it better. So there's a whole lot of other features for Calc. So, I mean, obviously, if you can remember the order of your VLOOKUP parameters or your XLOOKUP parameters, or that your VLOOKUP always needs a false as its last parameter, or is it a true? I forget. Either way, it doesn't work otherwise, is the punchline. Then that's a bit annoying. But if you can remember that you want to sort of do some of this and look these up in that table over there, then we can start to allow you to select ranges and build those formulae from natural language, which is really kind of awesome. Validating formulae, sanity checking data, I think I mentioned some of these. One of the nice things is getting these cell references. So as they come back, we have references, and it's talking about the document. But it's really easy to just click on this and get a focus in that cell. So you can jump between these things, see what's going on. Pretty nice. And yes, filling columns with data and so on, and I don't know. Yeah, and it's reasonably smart and cunning, which is pretty good. So how does it do it? Well, there's several ways this happens, but one of them is having these sort of eyes into the document. So we can pull data out of the document in various ways to the sidebar, but there are also these APIs here that actually Attila created, I think long ago, the extract transform APIs, that are then being reused, so we can get all sorts of information out, headings, sections, tables, frames, all of those pieces out of the document. And we can, the cat thing's a bit weak, but we'll fix that. And then do all of these operations on it as well. So this is really for more of an MCP front, I guess, but I think it's kind of nice. So yeah, extraction, understanding the document, planning its modifications, and then shoving in some transforms to do that. Now, the question is, do you want to let an AI loose on your document? That's the question. And there's a whole load of approval flows that we've put in here to make this reasonably safer. So the first thing is asking if it's allowed to actually read your document. Can I take this bit out of it? So, you get a prompt of this form. We want to inspect your document. Are you going to allow it or not? And then putting stuff back in, of course, the opposite. I want to change your document. Can I do this? And hopefully providing a human readable summary. Of course, it's a little bit problematic when it generates its own summary of what it's about to do. So we're going to have an expander there so you can really dig into it. But complicated operations can be a little bit difficult for your average user to understand what they've actually asked for. And so we need to make that clearer. And so you're going to get approve and reject buttons. If you don't like what it's done, you can reject it. And it will do about 5 round trips before it gives up. And that makes you start again. So here's a bit of a picture from that. So GPT-5.4 Mini wants to inspect your document. I want you to summarize it. Well, will you give me access to the document, please? We should probably put a please here, And so you can approve or reject it. And similarly then, I want 3 slides on climate change. So we didn't start with anything. And now here are 3 slides in outline. Can I apply it? Approve, reject. And again, reject leads you then into that. Hey, what about fixing slide 2 to make it more fun? So that's the sort of UI side of that we talked about on the left-hand side to start with. On the automation side, there's a whole other piece here. So there are 2 HTTP endpoints, and cool MCP is the first one. And this is really a whole lot of JSON being sent down a text stream. So, it sounds complicated, doesn't it, MCP? But the whole web is, well, initially just text being sent, GET in capital letters, and then a URL path to get a file. So much similar to HTTP, I guess, and running over those, just a simple socket. So if you've got a really big file, the AI will choose to upload it instead of sending it to you in base 64. I don't know why. Maybe they cared about efficiency for some reason. But this then allows you to update that thing and return a file ID and some kind of access permission so that then the AI can interrogate the file, which is kind of cool. I think we have then a whole load of things it can do. So one of the fun things is that your MCP API is described in human readable text, and the AI decides how to use that, right? So basically, each interaction, it reads the instructions of what you can do with this kind of document, right? Which is kind of fun. So luckily, and these are a very simple start at the things we can do. But these are all things that you can easily do programmatically anyway, right? So you can convert a document between any of the file types. So you can format, shift, and change documents a whole lot. We can get those bits of document structure out of it to try and better understand the document. Link targets is something to do with navigation. So I think if we're cross-linking documents, we like to provide end users with a little browser so you can select where to link into a document. So if you want to document, for example, into a chart on page 5 of another document, we can create link fragments that will take you straight to that. So it's really cool for creating very rich wiki type things between very rich editable documents. But anyway, not very useful for AI, maybe. And then this batch transformation stuff. So you can send random UNO commands in. Rash tells me that it's very hard to persuade the AI to use UNO commands. It feels scared and doesn't. Even if you aggressively encourage it, maybe they're too abstract or something yet. And then here's the upload, prepare upload. So I mentioned this pushing the file instead of sending it in base 64, and it discovers that. So there's a couple of this guys. This is a small one. It sends thing. Otherwise, it's doing this sort of handshake to get a secure access to the file. Gets shoved into cool WSD. There's a security here of a bearer token. So there's a shared secret to allow it to get access. Obviously, we turn this all off as well by default. So like if you don't want it, you don't get any of it, just to reiterate that. And then the document is created. And so since this is an AI remote controlling our software, it's wise to put that, each document is in a separate jail. So there's a custom container for every document you use anyway in Collabora Online. But what we don't want is some kind of jailbreak escape of some madness on your server, right? So all of those wonderful security things that I've talked about before, the huge security onion we apply, is really, really important if you have an AI remote controlling your document flow. What else can I say? Yeah, so that's all then created and it's torn down at the end of this as well. Now, if you're deeply paranoid sort of person, even more paranoid, what you can do is you can split out your MCP work into its own, buried, easy to destroy data center underground. And so your proxy can basically handle all the traffic and push it to dedicated machines that have nothing else on them except the document the AI already sent you. And so then hopefully life is relatively safe. And then what comes out of these JSON responses and just getting a simple replies out of that. So how do we configure this? Well, lots of ways. So if the user is allowed, if it has been enabled by the admin on the server, then we can show this UI that allows you to select which of the common ones or a custom one, so for a local URL, for example, and put your API key in, and it will then query the end server, give you a list of models, and you can choose the super expensive one that's very slow, or the super cheap one that's also very slow, because everyone's using them, But anyway, there you go. So you can select that and save this, and it'll be saved in your view settings and so on. Yeah, lots of things work. And I should finish shortly, so I shall do that, which is convenient because I'm nearly at the end. Ha, fantastic. Yes, so the last thing is configuration. I can see out there all these eager integrators that want AI pixie dust to boost their stock price to, the stratosphere, So how do we integrate this? Well, there's a whole choice, as with everything. So the first thing is that if we've enabled it, the user can do it, as I just showed you. But separately, if you wanted to use a different model for every user, or a different model arguably for each person editing the same document, then you can send a WAPI property back called, in this user private info magic. Not a very beautiful way of doing it, but it'll work, just like the Zotero integration. And that will then allow you to connect to the AI. You can configure it for your whole system, so you can have a server-wide system. Obviously, if you're privacy conscious, you probably do that, lock it down, have it to your on-premise server, and just once again, it's off by default. So that, as they say, is that. Thank you very much. And now, I'm sorry, you don't have another exciting speaker, you have me talking nonsense about comics. So there you go. This is a more irreverent thing. So I create a comic, and you've seen the hero or heroine, it could be either, which is our small beaver, which we give out. And people ask me why. And this is why. Out there we're creating software, and software is amazingly fun and interesting and beautiful, but unfortunately no one can see it. So you go home to your family and you say, today I frobniggled the sklunglink and connected it to the blurgle. And they go, oh, really? Okay, yeah, if you say so, that's great. And so, in order to try and communicate the rich interactions that we have with other people, I created a comic to try and look at this intersection of software, community, and companies. And so, we have a little story, and it's about beavers who want to build a road, and an open road, not one of those horrid toll roads, and they get their friends together, and, Bridget has not only a digger, but lots of friends, and they start building this road all together, and they decide to create a non-profit, the Open Roads Group, and get together and organize, and they then find that the beavers are primarily building a road to their dam, it turns out, as you get into this, but they get all these other people who want to build roads to other places too, and they help them, and that's wonderful. And they train all sorts of eager squirrels and other animals, and everything goes really very beautifully. And so well so that they then start to raise donations and spend them, and businesses start using it, and it all gets very, very exciting. And so we have lots of different characters who do different things, and we introduce those, and then we tell stories about it. Now, I love to take credit for all of this graphical beauty, but in fact, The wonderful Dave Shelton does this, and he's a great guy. And an illustrator, novelist, comic, and counselor for me, you know, so that's good. And he makes my mad ravings halfway comprehensible, and also writes children's books. So if you have children and they still read books, then I very much recommend them to you. They're excellent. I would also point out that the story, names, characters, and incidents portrayed are fictitious. No identification with actual persons, living, deceased, places, buildings, and products are intended or should be inferred. Perfect. Let me tell you a story. I'm sitting at home programming on one day about 10 years ago, and there's a knock at the door, and a bloke comes in and says, "Have you got a fax machine I can borrow?" I say, "Yes, well, probably. Let me go and dig one out." So come in, have a cup of tea. So I get the fax machine going while he gets his things, and he says, "Oh, I noticed you've got an alpha sticker in your window. Do you go to church?" I said, "I do." He goes, "Oh, what's it like?" I said, "Well, yeah, I like it." He said, I went to church," he said, "but the preacher knew all about me. He kept saying all of these things. It made me really angry that he was just speaking about me. And I went up at the end and said, "What are you doing? You've been following me around or something. It must be about me." The preacher said, "No, I'm sorry, I have." "Do you think he was lying?" I said, "Well, as you know, all preachers follow everyone around all the time, just to see in case they turn up to their church." I said, "No, I think it's probably okay." And I said, maybe I'll go back. Okay, maybe I'll go back. And this is a problem that I see actually quite regularly. People come up and go, "Oh, I know who that character is." But actually, we're really talking about quite generic things. Here is one on the tragedy of the commons. You may not have perceived the space between cars in parking spaces as a very vital commons that you need to share nicely with your neighbor. But it is, and it wouldn't have to be, actually. You could monetize that commons, you know? And anyway, just to restate this generic idea that it may not be terribly unique, what we're talking about, this is a great quote here. Removed as chair, members of the board removed, deputy chairs, new ethical, accountable, responsible leadership, governance failure, trustee code of conduct, decisive action, presented to us by an audit, review of articles of association. Does this sound familiar to anyone? Yep. Yeah. Well, the press says, to seasoned observers of organizations, these events bear the hallmarks of an internal power struggle. Turns out this is the British Association for Counselling and Psychotherapy around a year ago, right? And if anyone is going to have a good way of making people work together nicely, you would like to hope that the British Association of Counselling and Psychotherapy have... Anyway, one of the funny things about this organization is it represents not only psychotherapists or counselors, but also their patients. So no conflict of interest there. Anyway, perfect. So humans do very amusing things. I had to be able to quote Taylor Swift somehow. I think that's very important in any talk. And Tom Lehrer, I don't know if you've heard the Vatican rag, get into that small confessional. They're the guys got religion will tell you if your sin's original, which is quite funny when you think about it. Anyway, yes, I don't know. It's good to introspect. Hopefully it helps people think. Hopefully it helps to see whether people are using their power for good or evil. Almost everyone can stand adversity. If you want to test a person's character, give them power. And see what they do with it. So, input is much appreciated. If you have ridiculous things that have bitten you, if you have environments and things that seem particularly silly, very occasionally we do credit people. I think these two here are actually based on quite real things. There really was someone that came along and suggested our software should have a traffic light in the toolbar that told you whether it was happy or unhappy or working or not. So that's actually a real one. And the quote is actually from Miguel, who's credited at the top, saying, actually, it's good when the crazies show up because it means you're relevant. So we have that to look forward to. So far, we all seem quite sane. But anyway, eventually, we'll have more visionaries. And what else? Oh, and this one is, based on some experience of Frank Karliczek's, which is quite funny. So I'm also writing 6 weeks or so in advance. And so, you may think it's topical, but if so, that's an accident. So happy reading. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
Excellent. It's me now. I'm afraid I have rather fewer beavers, wolves, and other woodland animals. So you may all flee now, but that's okay. I'm going to talk very quickly with you about a fun new project that we've had, which is the Open Matters podcast, which is a fun little project we've been doing for about a year. So a few thoughts. Why are we doing this podcast? Why are we talking about open source matters? Well, here's the rough idea. I think, do we know this quote? The sort of a rising tide lifts all boats. So the idea is that if we can raise awareness, that's the trendy term, isn't it? Raising awareness, anyway, and help people understand the importance of open source solutions, what we mean by digital sovereignty, how software works, how it doesn't, then that should be good for everyone in the industry. Because I think, as we've spoken about a few times, we go to market through the wonderful people here, through all of our partners. So we hope that if we can help people understand this more, then you do well, we do well, everyone does well. So this is something we started last year in April, and it had a very slow beginning. It was about 100 or 200 views a month, that sort of thing. So we were publishing one episode a month. The first one was with Michael. What is a document? Interesting question. Maybe not. So slow beginning, but it's really picked up quite a lot. We then broke our RSS feed, which was not good, but we fixed it again. I just checked the information. So the last podcast that was released this month was with Victor. Where's he gone? Oh, he's left, sad. Victor Muster from Zendesk, talking about what Zendesk are up to in OpenDesk. And so that's now been viewed in the last 3 weeks about 800 times, which I think is quite cool now that apparently 800 people want to listen to me and a German guy talking about what the German government's doing. So that's really cool. So we're, these numbers are a bit old now. Add another 1,000 to that. And you can see how people are, sorry, I've made the key too small. But this is YouTube. This is our locally hosted RSS feed, which perhaps is not surprising that a podcast about open source solutions and then here we have, Spotify and about 3 people using Apple. Anyways, so here's all the episodes we've had so far. Do you want any hands up for what or suggestions, what the most popular ones might have been? Can you read that? Maybe not. Who's your favorite person? I'll give you a clue. It's not, here we go. So, 2.5 minutes, quick, go. So there we go. So this was the most popular one so far on YouTube. So this was with one of our partners, Morten Kjærsgaard, talking about Magenta and fun stuff that's going on up there. The most popular one on our website is Michael's one, but maybe that's because it's at the top of the website. I don't know. Anyway, so there we go. So what is the process of putting this together? Well, first, find a guest. Ooh, I see people. Excellent. We have an initial chat, sorry. So that will be something like 15 minutes to talk about ideas, what we can talk about, what is too sensitive, what you perhaps can't talk about. We'll do a recording, which will be up to an hour, and then spend quite a long time editing that down. Because as you might have noticed, I say and and a lot, and I don't want that in the podcast, so I need to get rid of all of that, send it to the guest, get approval, hopefully, and publish. So this is what that looks like in reality, for example. This is a podcast that we did internally. That is, I won't tell you which track's which, but that's me and Torsten and Kendi and Tor. And you can see some people are very good at talking, and they can do good chunks that don't need too much cutting. And then sometimes you have like cut. Anyway, you can. I'm not going to say who's who, but you can guess. Do you want to guess how many cuts are on that screen? Too many. That's correct, but not the 200 more. No. 483. There you go. So yeah, it's quite a lot of work to remove the. But there we go. So, just one last thing. Do come and join the fun. I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, we've had like 800 people listen to Victor talking about Zendis, I'd love to talk with some of you guys about what you're doing, maybe some fun case studies, maybe some fun integrations, or more general stuff. We've spoken to, for example, Miriam from the Open Source Business Alliance, so talking about policy, all sorts of fun things. So join in, let me know if there's something you'd like to talk about, or if you know someone else who is a little shy, but they would enjoy a friendly kick. That would be great. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Richard. So hello again. Today I'm going to be talking again about Feature Friday. You are probably wondering what these are. So basically on Fridays we are featuring features. So yeah, this wasn't that hard. So maybe some of you are wondering if you've seen them. How long does it take actually to make a video that's about 2 minutes long? It probably looks like just record, clicking, and posting, but as Richard showed a couple of minutes ago, it's not that easy. But in my case, for different reasons. So 2 days ago or yesterday, I had a chat while I was having my morning coffee with Kalon, I think. And yeah, he was explaining what he was doing during the last year, and he was talking about working on something about figuring out where the memory is going in Collabora Online. So he figured out that it's going away when you're trying to copy and paste a picture. So I guess when you paste, it's getting stored in your memory more than once. It's like 5 times, so you need to fix that. So anyways, this is my problem, because basically this is not how I should present it in the videos, because a normal user or a user like me wouldn't understand a thing. So this is why it takes such a long time, because I need to actually translate it. I forgot to say that these are actually videos about features that we have that are focused on either one feature or a group of related features. It can be something about collaboration or formatting or security, so it doesn't matter. So anyways, I was saying, I'm trying to speak user while all our great developers are speaking hard code. So for example, they might say, hey Asya, we just applied a multi-threaded asynchronous style rendering optimization. God, I managed to even say this. But of course, I say, yeah, that's probably great, but I need to show the users that your document doesn't lag anymore. I think this is the conclusion, at least. So, because why? Because users, they don't get annoyed about not having this long word that you were talking about. They get annoyed about something that's making their day harder. So we need to forget about what and focus on this so what. Because a great feature is only as powerful as a user's ability to find its purpose. Sentence by me, but probably, yeah, it's logical. When it's italic, it sounds like wiser. So yeah, code provides a power, and story solves a human frustration. At least that's how it should be. So for example, when they come and say, hey, there's a cool new feature, it's a multi-page view, which is a shorter word and sounds more simple, but basically I need to imagine myself in a situation that I'm going through a document that's like 100 pages long, and I'm trying to find something, and I'm losing time, and I'm losing nerves, and I'm burning my mouse out. So I need to show that in that way, from this perspective. So yeah. So for example, if we have a comment navigation, which is a really, really cool thing, I need to think about like this. It's not a problem that I'm lacking comment navigation. It's a problem that I'm lacking more time to spend with my family or drink a couple of beers or something, because I cannot find that comment. So I start by addressing that pain point, offering a nice and wonderful Feature Friday video with some nice music and chill atmosphere, and then I allow users to find what they're searching for. In this case, Brian found a comment quickly. So about the art of the cut. So I know that in your worlds, when you're explaining stuff, for example, in these lightning talks that I've been listening to, you actually need to go in a lot of details, which I don't understand, but I see that you're very passionate about. But in marketing and for like basic users, people who use Collabora Online and don't have like technical background, explaining everything or a lot of things would be kind of scary, to be honest, and also like really fast way to actually communicate nothing at the end. So how do we know that a video was good? So I'm not counting likes or views, because there is not much, but one day update there will be. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that when users actually know that they need this, that something can be easier in their life, that's how I know that the video is successful. And why this matters? Because it matters for you, all of you, because if users don't understand the feature or they don't know it exists, they're not going to use it. And if they don't use it, it doesn't matter how good it is. So actually, I'm important. And yeah, because my goal is to help people to discover new features they maybe don't know exist or understand them instantly and actually start using and hopefully loving them. So yeah, if you need any help or you are curious about features in Writer or maybe Calc or maybe Draw or Impress or any of our applications, we have everything in one place. Actually, it's a couple of places. So we have videos on our YouTube channel every second Friday. Stay tuned. And also we have a dedicated tutorial page where you can find these. And we also have our Instagram profile where we post like really short videos, also with some tips and hacks on how to use some features in a really quick and simple way. Or we also have them on our blog section where you can find them in written content if you prefer that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So follow us and yeah, stay tuned. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. We are nearly there. Well done, everyone. The next thing is going to be a wonderful panel, hacking before it was cool. We're going to need 1 minute, 2 minutes to put some chairs on the stage and find people. So don't go anywhere. And that will be it for the formal cool days, and then we'll have some more fun. Anyways.
Move up. 2, 4, 6. Yes, this all looks quite reasonable, I think. I need a Tor. Has anyone seen a Tor Lilkvist? Tor Lilkvist calling. Aha! No, I've never seen him. Perfect. Hold that. I think we're ready. Are we ready? We're born ready. Excellent. Cool. So this is just a very short panel to get to know some of our hardcore hackers, let's call them. You know, the developers behind the developers that are the developers that... Anyway, that sort of thing. Anyhow, so I have some questions, which I will simply ask, and we'll see what they answer. So, Torsten, starting with you. What was your first open source contribution, and when was that?
There was probably something 97 or 98. It was a very obscure library called PS2Edit, which was used to convert PostScript files to something editable, which at the time was, for example, Windows Metafile. That's where my journey with that bloody format started. So yeah, there was some problem there. So there was some, well, scratch my own itch. Something wasn't working, not rendering correctly. So that was my very first 2-3 changes.
But the Windows Metafiles in those days were the original Windows 16, no?
Absolutely, the real one, the real deal, like that.
So when was your first open source contribution?
Yes, I think it was in the mid-1980s, probably. I had at the time ported TeX or Tech to the rather obscure mini computer we were using at my job, and I then wrote a driver for the HP LaserJet printer, which was rather new at the time and could be used to print your nicely typeset documents.
Wow, starting off with Tech then.
Yep.
A Donald Knuth contributor.
And I do have a check from Donald Knuth.
Oh, you do? You found a bug? Even better. This guy's a computer.
The bug was in the fonts, not in the actual code.
Oh, okay. Excellent. For those who don't know, Donald Knuth sends doubling checks each time he finds a new bug, I think. That's right. What's the value of your check, Tor?
It's only 256.
256. Look at that. Very early. Quaylon, what was your first open source contribution?
Do I have to? I don't have. Well, it wasn't quite as dramatic as that. So when it was, I've tried to reconstruct it, and I'm not sure. So I think it's about 94 or thereabouts. whenever NT was available and the login on NT moved around the screen, so we had to patch whatever it was, whatever X-greeter was the one at the time, XDM, CP, we had a 3D, a ZAW 3D version. So we added a random pet, I added a random pet for that to make it move around the screen as well and submitted it. And of course, at the time you submitted things by just emailing patches to various people at the other end of the world. So that's how we submitted it. Whether it got merged, I don't know, but that was the attempt.
And so this was a security feature, was it, to move the login screen around the window?
A very important security feature so that you couldn't find it. Yeah, no, for the sheer looks of it, we couldn't have NT showing us up, could we?
No, that would be terrible. Pedro, over to you. What was your first open source contribution?
So Inkscape, translation and testing. Yeah, that was the first one. Or the first one.
And was it Inkscape then, or was it Soddy Poddy, as it was named before? Another winning brand.
Maybe still exists. Yeah, I think you can still run it actually.
Yeah.
No, I think it was already Inkscape. Yes.
Okay. So the author of Inkscape originally whispered like this all the time. And I asked him once why he whispered all the time. And he said, when you have 4 children, you appreciate silence. And he's right, you do. Kenny, when was your first open source contribution?
I was trying to remember, and I didn't remember, but so I would say, like, why is it such an honor to sit here? Because I will tell you what weren't my contributions and first contributions. So, like in university, we were supposed to do some kind of project together with friends. We were supposed to meet up together, create some kind of project, and we thought that we would do some reverse engineering of the doc format of Word. So got excited about that, then went to Yahoo, if there's anything like that. And we have found out that actually Quilon has created a great thing for that. And the other example, when I wanted to do my diploma thesis, I sat down and I thought, GDK is for Linux, maybe I would like to port it to Windows. And then Yahoo again, and I found out that Tor has done it before me. So it was such a pleasure to meet them later together in the company in SUSE. So but these weren't my contributions, unfortunately.
Thanks, Kenny. That's awesome. Yeah. Andras, how about yourself?
Yeah, so in 1999, I worked for an international software localization company, and the management somehow found out that the year 2000 would be the year of the Linux desktop. And they created a task force to explore the possibilities how to localize software under Linux. And they knew that I was a Linux desktop user, and I was in this task force. And we quickly found out that the year of the Linux desktop didn't come, and it's difficult to make money in this community, but I was sucked in, and so my first contributions were basically localizations, Hungarian translations, and then Firefox came, or Netscape, and then OpenOffice, and so on.
And you set up the free, or involved in the Free Software Foundation in Hungary, is that right? Or?
Yeah, so after some years of work, we thought that it would be good to create an organization to accept donations and so on. So we founded a Free Software Foundation Hungary. It was an organization that still exists today.
Still exists today. That's brilliant. That's a good sign. So you're doing something right, Andras. And so that was when you first got paid for working on open source as well, is it?
Well, not quite. It took about 10 years.
Fair enough. And when was that then?
It was in 2010 when LibreOffice started, actually. So when I applied for a job at SUSE, so Michael and Candy interviewed me in the House of the Parliament or something like that. As far as I can remember.
That was an easy hire. Kendi, how about yourself? When were you first employed on work?
Yeah, so it was in 1999 when I got hired by SUSE for working on YAST. I was writing the printing module for YAST.
In YCP?
In YCP, indeed. Indeed.
Lost language.
Yeah.
Pedro, how about yourself? When were you first employed?
Here, yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah, within Collabora, yeah. So much more recent, I'd say. So 2018 or 2019, something like that. And I'm happy here. I'm happy to be here, yes.
Quaylon, how about you?
First job, proper job, was with Star Division / Sun Microsystems. So for about a couple of months, I worked on Star Office before they turned it into Open Office. So I guess on the release date of Open Office is when I was paid to work on free software. I guess that's it.
Awesome. And before that, it was just libwv and Word and reverse engineering for fun, you know?
Yeah, certainly not paid for it.
So, how about you?
I think it was in 2005 when I was hired by Novell to work on porting Evolution to Windows. And I'm not sure if you were involved in that decision.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow. And Torsten?
Yeah, actually, I met Quaylon at Sun Microsystems. So I got, they hired me when that was already open source, and it was actually the reason why I went there. So I was interviewing with, after university, I was interviewing with the usual German, whatever, car manufacturers and industry conglomerates, and it was all kind of boring. And then Sun had two people at the campus, and they were like, oh, we're doing open source, and it's in Hamburg. Like, I'm sold. So that's why I started there and earned some money.
Awesome, awesome. Hopefully there's a lot more open source jobs out there these days, so I'm hoping this is a... Anyhow, I have some more questions. So what is the biggest challenge in writing an Office suite? Quaylon.
Over the various... But yeah, just over the various steps over time with the Office suite, and it's kind of become less as time has gone by, but just the sheer size of it has always been a difficulty. Whether when we were citing Star Office at the time, nobody was able to build the entirety of it. So the release engineers had built it once a week, and then you had to link your stuff against that weekly solver. And you couldn't make any API changes of the internal, not really any API at all, until the Friday, in which case they would rebuild it over the course of the weekend. So just that kind of difficulty of doing anything has always been the blocker with LibreOffice and Open. There's so much of it that there's practical steps. Anytime anybody invents a new tool, it doesn't work with LibreOffice or OpenOffice. It falls over, it breaks. And I don't know, Miklas had the T-shirt of breaking your tool chain since whatever. And that's been, I think, the most difficult practical part of the Office suite.
Yeah, it's exciting. Oh, sure. Yeah, Ken, talk. Go for it.
This is a joke. As we all know, the hardest thing in coding is typing fast enough, so you should use the right keyboard layout.
And I think the other thing that is hard with Office suites is that people underestimate like how hard it is, because like when I started doing that, like the project that we were doing instead of this reverse engineering was actually that we started doing some program for making notes for the lectures and also some presentation engine. And just, you know, making the layout right, making it performing, and like just moving the cursor in the text document so that it doesn't like go like that in like when you do not have a fixed layout is pretty hard actually. And of course, the other thing that people keep underestimating is undo. And like from my point of view, like doing this as undo stack and redo stack is the worst way of doing that. But unfortunately, this is what we are stuck to. So.
Fair enough. So that sort of leads on to, if you could give one piece of advice as a young hacker, what should you do about your undo stack, Andy? I'm going to throw this to you. You know, how can we do it better?
Well, at least think about the data structure before you start coding.
Yes, I think that's good advice generally. I think quite a lot of our decisions were made as a demo application, I think, is this true, Quailon? Tell me about the demo application story.
Well, I think that's probably might be more before my time, but I guess we're running out of people before my time. So my understanding was, yes, that there was a huge pressure generally to get things ready for the large German conference, which goes on in Hanover, which is CeBIT. That it was always a yearly pressure to make sure it was demoable at CeBIT, and of course that's a fixed schedule, so there's no pushing it out. Demos, CeBIT.
And there's comments in the code literally called Messe hack, which is like a trade fair hack, and it was like dated, and it was like, because it was quite expensive for a small company to have like a booth there at CeBIT, so you really had to make it count, so that was like, yeah. And then, you know, when the hack is in and it works, then it sticks.
Indeed, and it's built round. Tor, what advice are you giving young hackers, if you can give, you know?
Well, my advice would be that even if something is very interesting to you and you are very eager to work on it, don't spend too much time on it, and if you get tired of it, it's okay to not work on it anymore and just let somebody else continue.
So this is Tor, who's sort of retired and then, you know, actually couldn't keep his own advice, you know, and came back to, you know, I'm loving it. So we're really grateful to have you back, Tor. It's just fantastic. Who else wanted to say? Quailon, what's your most tragic development story?
In a different project. Is this recorded and to be sent out, by the way, is it? Should I meet the
Change the names, you know?
There are other projects that I contribute to as well, and what you're hoping to do is, maybe you're hoping like that, you're hoping to give the project over to somebody else, let somebody else maintain it, and you could walk away from it, and somebody else will be the new maintainer. And myself and somebody else were involved in this project. Really, you needed new maintainers. A new maintainer showed up, and there was even funding available from a different project that wanted to fund it. But it all went wrong. They took the project in a different direction than the original maintainer wanted. He was very unhappy. So when it all finished up, everybody was unhappy. The people who wanted to sponsor it didn't get what they wanted. The people who wanted to improve the project with their new vision didn't get what they wanted, and the original maintainer was unhappy, and it all ended in tears. So yeah, it's very difficult sometimes just to get the project to be continued by other people. That's difficult.
Yeah, getting people to work together is fun. Pedro, do you have a similar? You know?
Yeah, I just want to maybe circle back to what would be maybe the piece of advice we could give to junior contributors, and maybe conclude that maybe we could also take that advice ourselves as maintainers. So the way I like to think is that, you know, we just step in someone's land. Yeah, so you know, I just saw some application that is a GitHub repository. Oh, Collabor Online, what is that? This looks good, yeah? But there are people already walking that land. And people are walking a different way maybe than me. Maybe they have different customs, different etiquette. So I think it will be good to first see where the trails go. Who is walking there, how they walk. So maybe grab a map. That map will probably be read the README the contributing. Look at the trails, so git blame, see what's the style and the etiquette, the code style, formatting, maybe there is some security requirements, and then I will be more you know, confident in my first contribution. And same thing is true in the opposite direction. So the people that are already in that land, maybe it'll be easier if we, and you can see that every day we do that effort, to show already where the trails go and already give you that map easy to access so you don't get lost. So yeah, that's...
Sounds cool. Kendi, so difficult people, you know, getting people to work together. What was the hardest contributor you've dealt with, or the most difficult patch you've had to merge?
Yes, so like, I don't like this question that much because I would like to turn it into something more positive. So I would turn it into
the best contributors.
into the best contributors I work with, and I like had lots of good experience in Google Summer of Code, like when I was working with the students. But like there were two outstanding, and that was Miklos and then was Shimon. And I'm so glad that they are both in Collabora these days, because it was just awesome experience working with them. And they are awesome. They rock. So.
So if you want to become a principal engineer, get Kendi to mentor you, it turns out. So this is a good sign. Fantastic. Good. What design decision did you make that you now think was wrong, but you can't easily change? Kendi.
Me again. Yeah, so that is a very like brown bag kind of thing over my head, but I will confess to that. So at some stage, like when we needed to migrate the OpenOffice code base at the time into Git, like we were talking about that a lot. We have created that. We have created the tooling, or I've created the tooling to do that. And like while at that, I wanted to change the tabs into spaces, because like half of the code base was using tabs, and half of that was using spaces. So I've added that to the tool, and I just forgot and didn't see it during the like test conversions, that I forgot that like when you use tabs, and the tabs are not at the beginning of like the line, but somewhere in the middle. It is not 8 spaces. Like it is something that is supposed to do the columns for you, and it leaked into the final conversion. We started using that, and still, like you can see in the LibreOffice code, the malformed tabs, and every time I see that, I just feel so bad. Sorry.
Well, thank you for migrating us to Git. Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic move. Tor, any other things you want to share?
Yes, about cool. So when I was writing the initial idea for it, initial proof of concept, I was looking for some library that would implement this WebSockets API, and I chose Poco. And maybe in retrospect, it would have been better to not use it, because now we are trying to get rid of it.
Yes. So it turned out the Poco WebSocket thing was synchronous and also not thread safe, and this came to a head at some point, as I recall. And we delayed shipping, didn't we, while we rewrote that? It was an exciting time of debugging. Cool. Well, I think we're nearly at the end. I think there was one last question, which was, what do you do when you get stuck? Because there's quite a lot of people who just, the problem becomes too big and they just freeze like a rabbit in the headlights. So I don't know if anyone wants to handle that. I know Quaylon had an answer. You see, we want to know how Quaylon continues working, so continuously.
I was taking that kind of question from the perspective of debugging, and it was fairly straightforward. You just compose that email to somebody better than you, and you don't actually fill in their name or anything. Just compose the email, and as you go through the email, you know they're going to have questions, and you answer the questions that person smarter than you is going to ask. Have you tried X? Yes, I've tried X. Did you really try X? All the possible ways X can be tried. Yes, well, I haven't. I'll just go do that first, and then I come back and I fill that part into the email. And when you finally get it into the email, if you haven't actually, solved the problem, which you probably have, then put that mailing list in the top at the to or the actual person, and maybe they will have the answer, but you probably solved it before that.
I love it. And it's actually interesting, because if you look at how AI is often used nowadays, the first pass is often not wonderful. And actually that process of challenging and reiterating and redoing it, that is almost like a dialogue, a conversation with yourself. I know it sounds mad, but we're all talking to ourselves. It just gets a much, much better result. So yeah, cool. Rubber ducking, I think we call it. Cool. Well, thanks so much to these heroic hackers for their brave and bold answers and for all they've done. So thank you, guys. And I think that brings us to the end, does it, Richard? So,
Yes, that is the end of all the Core Days talks and excitement. The next thing will be happening at 8 p.m. Naomi is... I should go to the next slide and it will all be there. Look at that. Hooray. Okay, so next is at the Miniature Wonderland at 8 p.m. You will need a ticket to get there. You will get your ticket at 8 p.m. on the door of the Miniature Wonderland. So please come at that point. You can walk, you can do public transport, you can fly, do whatever you want. And someone will be there at the door to give you a ticket. So please be there at 8 p.m. Question? Yeah, great question. Oh, there's games over here. There we go. Good. There are things, games, fun things, talk to the wonderful people around you. Another question, yes? What it is. I mean, what is it? Yeah, it's miniature and wonderful. As far as, I mean, we should get a hamburgian. A hamburger? A hambish? Anyway. But
Should I tell the people, it's a wonderland, it's a wonderful wonderland, and should we leave it at that? I mean, you will be absolutely blown away. So in particular, if you're a little bit into the love tinkering and technical things, but also like look at nice things, and you like good food, then I think you should come.
Thank you, bye-bye.